All right, we started already. Wow, it feels like an eternity. For sure, we don't stream usually on Fridays, so that's why we actually skipped it yesterday. But usually, yeah, we have Fridays off. And today we are going to continue with some of the stuff, and also I'm gonna talk about some of the problems that I faced in an interview. So you guys are actually going to help out with some of these. All right, cool. Let me just launch out. Now we are on TikTok as well, so all good. Waiting for you guys to comment. I'll also check Twitch. And here we go. Nice. Cool. Let's see who joins already, and then we start from there. Cool. We'll talk a bit about some interview that I had a couple of days ago. Not an interview, basically, it's just an assessment for JavaScript that I actually can share with you. And these assessments are actually very good ones that you will be able to understand how I think and how you should also perform in some of the interviews that you have in JavaScript especially. And yeah, that's it. We will move forward like that. So yeah, on Twitch we have around 213 followers out of 500, which is really nice. We can push on that. And yeah, I will start actually to live stream a bit earlier, so we will be able to not we will be able to reach out to more people on different time zones and stuff like that, so it would be really good. Awesome. Then I'm waiting for the first comment, and then we'll go from there. Hopefully actually this got updated. I know that I actually need also to share out some links for Discord, for example, and stuff like that, but you will have it all in my link tree. Basically, you can join in, and yeah, we'll be there to answer as many questions. Hey Ab, we are still actually building the same thing, like the same application, but right now we are on the white noise part where we are actually stripping them and making them into their own controllers. That's the part that I need to work on today actually, which is the server part. Actually, this is the noises part. Yeah, I need to work on that part. But before I start, I have like a couple of stories that I can share with you, and it would be nice really to just share the interviews that I had recently, and also give you like a bit of opinion about what I'm doing. Yeah, this is Node.js, by the way, Node.js TypeScript, something like that. Cool. So what I'm gonna do actually is I'm gonna check if this what I have right now is correct. So basically what I do here is that I'm actually storing the files, or actually I'm not storing the file itself, I'm storing kind of like the path for the file. Yeah. So here we are saying like file store client, please upload something, and this file store client, which I need to actually check. Yeah, it's just a local file store client, which is an asset folder, which means I'm actually saving all the assets. Basically, whenever I upload them, they just get into my my assets folder, and they store over there, and then I can stream them later on. So yeah, so here I'm basically saving the file type and the file name, and it will look for the title only, right? Interesting. This is a PR actually made by one of the watchers of this live stream, and this PR was really very fast. I didn't actually check it that much. I checked that functionalities work, and I saw it on Discord that he shared actually some of the screenshots, but we stopped there. We didn't actually move forward, and right now I'm rechecking it and maybe updating it basically. Yeah, this is on GitHub, by the way. So basically, if you wanna check this out, it's the link I will just share it in a second, but I will share my screen as well. So yeah, what you have over here behind me is just white noise array, white noise GitHub branch of main and develop. So we are working on develop lately, and last week only we updated something. I think we updated something about CSS and stuff like that. And yeah, there was like a couple of contributors that helped a bit, but not that much. We just were actually updating this README file to contain stuff that we need to do. Yeah. And that's it. I mean, if something comes up and you guys have something to help out with, then let me know, because then I will just do a task for you guys. Okay, I'll share this. Why not? I'll share the developer tree, so basically you will be able to see the latest stuff. But overall, I would be happy for you to ask any questions. And by the way, I'm on Twitch as well, so I will just share the same link on Twitch so people actually there can also see this. Awesome. Any other questions? I'm just reading what you are writing, guys. That's it. Okay. Right now I'm waiting for some people to join. Let's have like a couple of people ready, and then we start. Right, we start with maybe building something on the front end to test this out. I think, oh my gosh, I'm tired. The moment I start streaming, I start yawning as fuck. So this is using Malter, by the way. I never used it before, honestly. But what it does here, it's just having an interface of file, and this file is using Express Malter file. Let me actually search this out, or maybe, yeah, just to show the type of it. It says object container file, metadata, and access information. So it doesn't have the file itself, it has the metadata of that file, which means that probably it stores like path name, stuff like that. And that's what we want, because the file store client here will create like a local assets folder here that will be streaming for. So this local asset folder probably will be around this source. I don't know exactly where this was, but yeah, okay. So the Prisma will work separately, but the assets folder probably will be exactly in source, or it will create the base path. Okay, the base path will be basically inside this controller, or supposedly, or inside the source itself. Other than that, we can do this using Supabase, by the way, where we actually store the file store client in S3 bucket. But I feel like S3 is a very big topic for me. It's just right now that I need to actually search it out first and understand it and how it works and how all of that, and then move forward. Hey Susie, hello. What theme do I use? I use Tokyo Night theme, and I use also JetBrains Mono Nerd fonts. Yeah, so that's it. And I'm using PowerShell, and inside PowerShell I run the WSL. So that's it. That's all. Yeah, I can share with you. Nice. Cool. All right, so I will actually switch back to live streaming earlier and earlier until I actually reach out 8 p.m. CET. So usually I kind of stream late, start at midnight my time, because I lived in Germany. So yeah, it's CET, Central European time. But a lot of my viewers now are also in Germany and stuff. So I will actually start to jump hourly to see what is the best time to actually start streaming. So that would be good, especially for also Twitch users. Yeah. Cool. How was the weekend? No, nothing much, honestly. It was super tiring for me the couple of last days with Noah, my son, and stuff. But the whole thing now is better. His mom back, and we are actually going back to focus on the streams again and building stuff. So now I have time, no interruptions. It will be just straightforward streams. Yeah. Thank you all who are actually saying about, who are actually mentioning the theme. Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, I like the Tokyo theme, NeoVim stuff. It's really amazing. It comes up with a lot of, it comes up with a lot of configuration that you can do yourself. And I have my own dot files inside my GitHub. So if you just scroll up, you will find my comment regarding my repos. I actually should, maybe, I'm reading now some Twitch comments. I should maybe start doing like some commands on Twitch or maybe on TikTok. I don't know if that's possible on TikTok, but on Twitch probably to get some configuration about what I do. So if someone actually just do, I don't know, like exclamation dot or something like that, he gets the dot files for my GitHub and stuff. Would be amazing. I will set that up. I'll set everything and I'll let you know, guys. Yeah, streaming earlier will be better for sure. Yeah, the thing is about streaming earlier or late. Whenever I stream late, it will be a perfect time for people from basically PST or Pacific time zones to join, which is really amazing because then they speak English, they are more interested in kind of like things that I do and they are understanding. And somehow in the US I kind of target the perfect niche for my videos. And I even actually got some emails about some stuff like AI tools that I can use in live streams, stuff like that, to help out and maybe do like reviews and stuff like that. It will be paid, not paid, I don't care. But the thing is that it's good because whenever you are on your perfect niche, then you will start to have fun because then you will have content basically. So John asked what we are building. This is a white noise app that we started already, but now we are doing this part where we store the assets of the noises in the backend in a folder called assets basically. And I'm trying also to understand what I'm doing here because honestly, a lot of PRs came up, and this is an open source. So basically you can go to my GitHub and check it out. People started to kind of like have a lot of PRs for me. So a lot of things I actually slept on, I didn't actually focus on 100%. So I need now to review them and also build on top of them some stuff, some features. So now what I'm going to do probably is to create small form, and from that form move up to use some of the controllers and see how it works. Yeah, so if you go here and search, this is my React part. Yeah, let me close the server part. And what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna be into routes. And what if in the index file itself we add like an input for add-in noises? So what I remember doing here is that in the index file itself I do a white noises array. So if I go down, here I have the Pomodoro, add to do, list to do, whatever, that's to do stuff. So my application is not actually going to do only white noises and you can listen to them. It has like some parts where you can do to-do lists, and you can also specify time and stuff like that to actually work on a Pomodoro effect and stuff like that. So for me now, this input here is just search input that registers some this is funny though, I remember doing this with Zod. Like I have not Formic, we changed it to React Hook Forms, which is amazing. It has this use form hook that uses the schema, and then the schema uses a resolver, and that's a Zod resolver that takes your schema basically of what you need to do. If I just go here and check it, it's just simple schema. And also I have a couple of schemas around the application that are not that epic, but they do the point. Yeah, it's just simple stuff. All right, let me then do, yeah, we're not using controllers here, so this is an input, but it's not a controllable input, I think. But with this register part, it should work fine. Okay. All right, cool, no worries. Now this is the white noise player and white noise array. So before this white noise array, I want to put like an input file input basically, and probably I can go to this form itself, and before to search I can add stuff, right? So this one, let me see, this one does handle input, so it has its own change event, right? And this one is just search item. But what if, let me check, what is the function that does that? Okay, there is no function to the backend though that gets the backend stuff. So here yeah, here we need to kind of like do a new form, either a new form or the same one here, because we have already the input set up. We'll have another input of file input basically, where you can actually upload stuff, right? upload noises basically, and we would get these noises from the internet basically and try to kind of test with them, right? And change the name and do stuff like that. All right, seems cool. Let's start. So let me actually share my screen now and explain to you what we are building, right? Okay, because I know that you guys actually hopping into this live stream not understanding what is happening, but for me now it will be a good idea to actually just share with you and simplify the stuff as much as possible. All right, so stick around and share this with your friends, and please like the stream as well and share it, because honestly that helps a lot. And also, yeah, follow, because we are trying to reach out to a good number of followers. Right now we are at 15,000. I mean, I'm really happy with that. It's kind of cool because I never thought that I would reach that number, but 15,000 means that I can reach 100K on some point, and that will bring a lot of collabs and a lot of good stuff. So yeah, I'm reaching to the stars this year. I don't care about what it takes. I will just do whatever for me to actually share knowledge, and it will be for free, and people actually will be able to just follow up. That would be amazing. Okay, I know also it's Saturday. Some people actually are not here, but yeah, we are also on Twitch. You can go find me in there. All right, so what I'm building right now, so we have our backend here. This is the server where we specified like an add noise, which means here we are adding an MP3 noise. It can be like a train noise or a static noise or whatever. What I'm going to do right now is that on the React side of this, I'm going to actually add an input file, right? And this input file will connect with the database as well, because whenever I actually add the noise, so basically here I will add either an OGG file or an MP3 for now. This is what I accept, honestly. I don't know if I need more of, or if there is another extension. But then the moment I do add, I need to test my controller that comes from the backend basically. And I need to see also in the backend, I have a folder called assets, which I never used, right? So this is new. Right now my assets are in the front end. So we are going to disable these assets on the front ends. Assets on the front end, disable, basically delete them, right? And make the only way for us to load files is from the backend. Basically, why to load them here? So we'll be able to stream them, right? And I just understand for this part already, either we need S3 bucket, that's where we store the file. No, that's not a very good F. The file specifics, basically the path name, specs, the path name, the name of the file, and stuff like that. Or we are going actually to do a static local folder, and this is what I'm doing right now. It seems like for me it's better. And I'm going actually to store, as always, in Prisma the path name, whatever the name of the file, and also how long the file is, maybe to just chunk it into multiple stuff. But that's probably something advanced. So step by step, let's do it. But the thing is, if you want actually to see my controls that are already there by some guy actually who helped me doing this, is that here add noise is an async function that adds a sound request. And if you see here what is the sound request type, it extends the request, but it takes the body as title and file type, and then the file is just an express multer part. So the express multer, I can actually just ignore this part and just show you the type of this. It says in interface that, or an object that contains file metadata and access information of that file. Basically what we need to store in our database, just that access information for that file, which means we are all set. We just need to test that out, to test that controller, right? Hopefully it worked. Hopefully it worked fine and we don't face any problems. But yeah, I saw this on Discord. Some guy actually worked on this, and he actually pushed this PR. So all his right now what I'm showing here. Okay, actually let me just take off this screen out of there, because I know that I forgot about it. All right, so here const add noise is a function that is exported, and then you have a result. Where is the result part here? I saw some guy actually talking about a result. Okay, I think what means const result. Okay, where did you see that? Oh, here, this one. Here just stored in the it's a promise. Basically whenever you apply the noise to the noises model, You have file name, audio data, and file type. Okay, audio data, this one is a buffer array. Interesting. So basically, you just store the result there, and if there is no result, you add the stats of 500. And this result will just be the promise. So you can access result.ok to know if it's 200 or not. So you can access result specs basically later on, or the HTTP request specs inside that result. So the const is just a constant. All right. Hey, Paulina, how are you? Everybody here. I think I saw you before in the chat. I'm not sure, but yeah, 100% I saw you. Yeah. Cool. I'm seeing a lot of people coming back, which is amazing. At least if I have these people who started with me. I remember when I started, I had like 8 viewers, and it was really nice. Is there any Lua? I have my Lua files for my dot files basically for NeoVim, but I'm working only with React right now. React and Node, right? Yeah. Hey, Marcel, how is everybody? Please, guys, if you are aware, you can share the stream. I know that it's not too many people on Saturday that are gonna watch like some guy coding, but you can share it and like it if that's possible. And also I will be able to actually, I'll take all the restriction from the chat so everybody can comment, even though that it's a bad comment, I will still read it. But yeah, everybody here will be able to share their thoughts about this code, and also everybody can join. Yeah. Oh, nice, Paulina. Yeah, I remember you. Yeah. True. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. Are you skilled in GUI user interfaces? A bit, not much. Honestly, I'm a bit good at it, everything, but not that much good. I need to shape my skills, honestly. So now what I'm gonna do is say this index file. Actually, I'm going just to do it like this. I'm gonna add a small input here, which gonna be the input file for me, right? So I even feel skeptical about this. I mean, I need to kind of like remember how that. So I'm gonna Google like the best way to add it, and I know that it's just an input of file upload, but yeah, cool. We can actually test this out right now to show you. Let me just go up, then I'll go that. I want to see the part where how this works. I'll share my screen in a second. Yeah. What are you guys talking about? Let me see. All right, you're still talking about the GUI, right? All right, cool. So the thing that I'm gonna do now maybe is add your noise, right? So let me check if I have anything called add your noise. Oops, did I do something wrong? No. So add your noise maybe. Oh, okay. So this add your noise here has already another one. You know what? I will actually call it upload your noise. So what I'm gonna do is just go into this components, reusable ones, not reusable because here I have add your noise somewhere here. Okay. So I'm gonna just put it here, and I will say upload your noise. So it will be just straightforward .tsx, and here I'm gonna just do rfce. So basically that's for creating a React arrow function export component, and when you click OK, it just do everything for you, just to prepare everything for that. Yeah, you can just get rid of that line on top, and the thing is that we're gonna do right now is just we're gonna add that div that is necessary for this, right? What am I building? I'm building like a file upload for noises right now with the React app, and I prepared the controllers in the backend, and we are going now to do the part where we add our noises basically. So what I'm gonna do here in this div itself, I'm gonna just delete that, make a bit of space, oops, and then the class name here would be like wfull, just for the width to be full. I know that it might be not that we need to use, but also we need the flex call, and let's do other stuff like item center, What else? Justify center for sure. And let's do a margin of 6, like that. Like that seems clean. And then, or maybe a margin top only for now. And now we're gonna just like actually add the label for the upload part. This one can be anything. It can be just a simple label, and it will just do a HTML4, and we can say, hey, upload file is what it is for, right? And this one, okay, you know what? Let me do not file, but just upload, because we will only be uploading files. So uploading files and uploading noises, basically. Upload your noise. Okay, by noise here, maybe your own noise, because you can get some other noises from somewhere else. Okay, the input of type file, I'm not sure if this will work. Input file snippet, it doesn't work. Okay, so I'll just do a normal input, input, and then I will just do a snippet like that, and instead of here of text, I'll just do file. That will be better. Now I need to close this. Probably that should be it, right? But before doing that though, before I pass into that part, I will probably add some label problems here, label classes. And why I say problems, because I'm honestly forgetting a lot about Tailwind lately. So whenever I add a class, I add just another problem for myself. And the BG slate part seems to be the one that we're using the most. And 600 should be fine. Text to white. Oh, even though that we need not to actually use this text to white. I think in the future we will be having a dark mode installed. I actually started with that and then I bailed because it's just too much. I'd rather maybe finish with the whole application and then go to that part. Go to the part where I actually need to do this stuff, like small stuff, like not small but big stuff that change the whole thing, but still stuff that I don't need in the beginning, right? So however, we can just use another BG slate of 500. And what else should be fine here? Transition maybe. Okay, so if you don't know what is transition, I'll actually show you a trick. If you just do it like that and hover over it, it will tell you, hey, this is transition property that changes the color accordingly based on some transition milliseconds, and usually it's 150 milliseconds. So it transitions the color from 600 to 500 and 150 milliseconds. Cool. Any questions though? Let me see people on Twitch. Oh, nobody actually is there. Let me see TikTok though. Yeah, you are there. What am I building? I hope that answers your questions. But yeah, we will keep doing this until we finish with this part, and then we try to test it out. Okay. Let's not actually make it very complicated. So yeah. There is this part where probably now we need to add the ID here of upload, right? And what else should we add here? Accept, right? I mean, accept audio. This one, audio, maybe. That will actually, you know what? You can do accept audio / wherever, and then that will means that you accept all the audio extensions, right? But the funny part now is that we need also to know how to handle this, basically. I will think about it. I need to think about it a bit, but hopefully we don't have a problem when we do a blob event. Actually, I'll explain to you what is a blob event. Actually, this input we can make it hidden. All right, you know what? I have an idea. Interesting. Let me think. Let me also read your comments, because I know, guys, that you're talking about this and maybe the solutions that are better than this. By the way, let me check also how many people are in here. Yeah, so a lot of followers. Thanks everybody. Thanks to G, Darkside, Sisia, Marie, and also Higgs. They all follow just right now. That's awesome. Thanks a lot. All right, so we will continue now with this part where I said that maybe if I just put this class name of hidden, then the application will look better because just we will have a one input kind of, and this one input will be able to just open like a file reader, right? Or a file picker, right? And here on change or input or on touch or wherever on change here, it should be fine. We will do handle input upload, handle upload file, or handle file upload, and this should be fine. So this is all, and this handle file upload, we'll just do it right now. Don't cry, guys. Okay, so good. Now we need to find a solution for this. So yeah, for the handle upload though, we can pass it as a state. Yeah, 1 second, then let me think, because it can be a state or it can be just one noise that is uploaded, right? So uploaded noises should be on their own array, probably. I don't know. It can be. Why not? It can be actually. So what I'm gonna do right now is just to forget about that part. You know what? I'll just do here use state snippet uploaded noises, and this uploaded noises should be of type noise array. It can be an empty array in the beginning. You know what? Is it exported here as a type of node? I'm not sure. Yeah, we have a noise over here, and actually am I importing from somewhere? Yeah, it should be noise. Let me just search for that. Interesting. I have it here. I will just export this one. Export. Right. So then import type noise, right? Noise class from routes authenticated. That's what it was. So what I'm gonna do here is just add that authenticated routes, maybe better. Okay, let me just see how that is. So authenticated is inside. Let me just take that off. Yeah, now I forgot actually how I do this. It's a really weird situation. It will be like that, and then routes, and then authenticated, and then that's it. I mean, this should work, but probably because we have index noises defined but never used. Okay, so that's fine. Then I will delete that index, and I will just go here and say, hey, this is of type noise array. So that will save my ass basically. And this also needs to be capitalized. Cannot find use state. Oh my gosh, for sure. Okay, so now we need to import that. How many times I wrote this, man. All right, so set upload is declared but is never used. Okay, so now we will create the handle input const handle file upload. Yeah, it should be it should be an async function basically, because we are going to use our backend in this. But let's actually create it first, and then we will see how it goes. All right. Hello, father. At this rate, when I finish my SAS, AI will be able to create my SAS 10 times better. Actually, I've thought about it lately, because honestly, that's also my case right now. I'm actually creating this application for 2 months now, and I'm going very slow because we talk a lot. We do a lot of stuff here. We also change topic a lot. So basically, it's going very slow, but it's also a good learning curve, because honestly, also I learn much, and you guys learn much as well. And yeah, we didn't use Copilot much on this one, or even ChatGPT. We asked it about like configurations for Passport.js and stuff like that, but nothing major, honestly. So it's kind of well made, human made kind of. And yeah, I'm really happy with that. I'm really happy because I'm refreshing my brain with these React stuff. Yeah. awesome. Yeah. Hi there, Osama. What is the app idea? The app idea, I was talking about it. Let me share my screen again. How can I do that? 1 second. Yeah, here we go. So am I actually sharing the correct one? Yeah, I am sharing the correct one. So here, what we had actually an application that, okay, let me show you why I'm actually not showing you this. Let me also connect to this because I need to just put the password. And then what we are trying to do right now, it will show an error for sure. For sure, I did this part last time. So you see it's dark mode here, but here is a white mode on top. I need to actually configure that. But that I decided to do that at later stage. So right now we are just doing this part here for the noises to be red. Let me, yeah, so there's a rain noise, pink noise, fire noise, wherever. To be red, instead of actually storing the assets in the front end, I will store the assets in the back end and then read them. And that's my goal. Yeah, by the way, I have a Twitch account as well. You can see there the full screen for this. So I'm gonna actually paste it in the chat for TikTok. And you can go there and yeah, I'm pinning it as well. So you can go there and follow as well. That would be awesome. Thanks a lot. All right, cool. So yeah, it was just that we are building this white noise feature. And instead of reading it locally, we are going to read it via like a stream service, like not service, but a stream buffer kind of. From the controllers on the backend, and then it will be really nice. And yeah, we have a to-do list connected to the backend. We have a Pomodoro effect also connected to the, not to the backend though. All right, you know what? I will implement better stuff in the future, but I don't really have time much. I just do this on stream. So we do hour per day, 2 hours per day. If you think about it, sometimes I do 4 hours per stream, and then I think that I take Fridays off, sometimes another day off. So yeah, if you average it, it will be 1 hour to 2 hours per day. And we are going to finish this up at some point and maybe buy some domain. And actually we have a VPS running on this. And then a VM, basically a virtual machine. But then the thing is that I need to buy like HTTPS. I need to do like some DevOps stuff later on. But for now, let's focus on the code and let's focus on the part where we need actually to create stuff and to create fortified stuff that matters. And then we move slowly, right? Are you going to deploy an AWS? You mean EC2 and stuff? No, not really. We have Coolify already set up. So I can show you that. I actually forgot my password for Coolify for some reason. Let me see if I actually stored it somewhere. Nice, I have it. Cool, so this is the white noise app here. And have backend, frontend. So if you go to frontend, you will find everything here. It's just deployment-wise. Whenever I push anything, it just the webhook will find the whole thing, and actually will actually detect the change. Yeah. So this is the latest one. The latest one was 27th of March. Yeah, I remember that day. I'm trying to learn. Okay, some guy Kurdi Exoman said. Good job. I'm trying to learn React. Also, any tips on what makes it easier for my first job? I actually have a good idea for you. You know what? Let's switch like in a small section right now to just talk about interviews and how you become better at this. So, okay. So one of the interviews that I had recently was actually about to create a search functionality from an API. Basically, you have an API of JSON. Let me actually do this. All right. Let me store this as a video for later on. So I will do a video on TikTok. You will find it later on, so you can go back to it. 1 second. Let's count to 3. 3, 2, 1, go. So what I wanted actually to share with you here is an interview that I had literally yesterday. So the application was like this. So this guy asked me a lot of questions about the micro stack. And the micro stack is just something in JavaScript. You know, in JavaScript, you have like a package of rules, or not rules, but a package of assigned synchronous tasks. So what you have whenever you actually console log something, let's say, you have it on the bottom of the stack. And then if there is a function that needs to run, it will become number 2 to actually execute. And then you will have 1, then 2, then 3, and so on and so forth, right? But there is a difference between the microstack and the macrostack, right? Because the difference between them is that if you use, for example, a promise, which usually will run on the macrostack, the promise will be like, hey, a new promise, wherever, and then the moment you do .then and then you start resolving that promise, anything inside this then or anything inside the callback of that then will be actually pushed to the microstack. So if you think about it, a promise will always run before a set timeout. So if you have, let's think about it, console log, and then you have here 1, right? And then you have set timeout, even though that set timeout will take a 0 as a timeout for it. And then this will be 2 to console log 2. And then you will have a promise here that has console log 3 and then please console log 4, right? And then you will have the last one, which is a normal console log for 5, right? So how does this render now? It will not render, but execute. Sorry, I tend to talk about React more than ever. So it will be 1. And then what is the next synchronous code is actually 5. So it will be 1, 5. Now it's between set timeout and the promise. So as I said, set timeout will actually go to the macro stack, which means that this macro stack, think about it here, is just waits for the green part to actually then execute. And then we'll be like, hey, I will actually run now the macro one here, because the set timeout will never run until you finish with everything. So now it will be 3. But then you think about this 4. Why this 4, even though that it's on the then part, on the callback, shouldn't the set timeout run before it? Not really, because whatever comes after the then will go to the micro stack, which is more prioritized. So the 4 will go here, right? So this is then will become 4, and then you will have the 2, because the 2, even though that it's after a 0 ms, it will wait for everything to execute. So this is the difference between microstack, whatever it's called. I honestly learned this recently, and it's really amazing. But yeah, I enjoy it, kind of learning about this kind of stuff. And honestly, if you learn these stuff first before you pass to React and stuff like that, it will be more beneficial for you, right? So this is I think this will be asked to a senior dev, honestly, and a normal dev or junior dev shouldn't actually have this as a task. Now let me give you the task that I have next, which is a very cool task. Actually, I actually can make this on a different video, but what you will find in part 2 of this video basically is that here you will have a description of JSON, basically an array of JSON, or not JSON, array of objects, and this objects contain some logs, right? Each log has a log name, and that can be whatever. And then after this log name, it will have description, right? And then you want to actually do a search bar that whenever you type here, it will actually search by log name and description at the same time. So there will be a small trick about this, and I'm gonna show it to you in a second. Let me just stop the first video. All right, so now we have a video to actually push onto TikTok. Let's start this one more now. Oh, I have a flare, by the way. What is a flare? Oh, I have a flare, so it can reach out to more people on TikTok. That's nice. Awesome. So now we are live for 42 minutes, right? Is this flare running, by the way? I'm not sure. Yeah, it should be. It should be running. Cool. Yeah, it is running. So people actually now are seeing my live stream. All right, cool. So right now we will talk about something new, which is React, right? React into interviews is totally different between React just that you learn on yourself. All right, so you have this array of objects that contains some, excuse me, what is the question for JSON array? I mean, now I'm gonna explain it, don't worry about that. So what I have here is just an array of objects, right? This array of objects can be a mock for whatever you have on GitHub. So what was the task is that you receive an API call, or you receive a response from the API with an object saying, hey, on this get repo, let's say name of repo, right? The repo is named lol, for example, and then the description of the repo, and then you will have a full description of all the file inside that repo. So for example, the file 1 and its path name or whatever like that, okay? But the thing is that will distinguish all these objects from one another is basically the name of the repo, and also the description of that repo for sure, but also the type of that repo. It can be a type of a release repo. Maybe that repo is actually the release one that users will end up seeing, or maybe it's a dev repo, or maybe it's a staging repo, or whatever. It's maybe a repo for another product or another service that you shouldn't actually share with the users. So your first task is to search these repos by any keyword. So you will have a keyword here that will look into all these JSONs, and wherever it finds that keyword that you actually input here, let's say you inputted lol, basically you should find this repo and everything else that is having lol in it. Even though it's here, it can be into the description part of it that you have like lollings or something like that. So basically even here this counts, right? So this part itself is divided into two. The first part of it is that you will create a filters by state. So you will have a filter by what do you need to actually see into this. So are you going to filter by description, filter by name, filter by whatever? And by the way, this filter description needs to have to be an array, and it can be, for example, description as I said, and then name here. And then you can do .sum, basically if the keyword to lowercase is triple equals to basically, I don't know, the description or the name or whatever that you're looking for here. Or you can say item of that what you passed here, item of the element itself, right? Sorry for that. Then basically you will return true, which means that should be shown in your result part here. So it's a bit complicated, I know, but I actually did this in 45 minutes. I think I did the filter by function. I did also not only filter by function, but show by class, right? And show by class means that if I am actually looking for a release type of repo, so the type is the release, right? If it's a rel, then it will be a background of red. If it's, for example, a dev release or something like that, or maybe a batch or something like that, it will be actually a background of blue. And we joked about it because red and blue, and and the other one that we use, probably purple, was actually the Barcelona team colors, and everybody was joking about it that they all support the same team. We all in the chat support the same team, so it was fun to do. I mean, this is a problem that not a junior, maybe a middle engineer can actually fix this, and do it in a 30 to 45 minutes. But you need also to be vocal about what you're writing, and you need also to explain as much as you can what you are learning and what you are writing as well, because you can be in the middle of filters by function and you learn something new. They will say, hey, by the way, you need to know that you can write this keyword lowercase or uppercase and it should work. So you'll be like, okay, then the keyword that I'm using here needs to be using to lowercase function, right? And that's a learning while you're typing. So you need to be open. It's not like you need to show that, oh my gosh, why are you telling me this now, or something like that. You don't need to show weakness, basically, whenever you're solving this kind of stuff. Even though that I did it good in this interview, there was a lot of questions that I didn't like, right? For example, if we are talking about that micro-tasking stuff, I said micro-tasking, and he said, no, you need to talk about micro-threading. So he just stopped on this word, basically, which is wrong, very wrong. Anyhow, we talked a lot. Let's go back to code. I mean, if you have any questions, please let me know. But sharing with you these kind of experiences is really good for you guys, even though to just understand what is happening, and also understand the fact that whenever you are in your React interview, doesn't mean that you're gonna be solving everything. They don't wait for you for actually to solve everything. They wait for you to just talk and start speaking. So maybe you can guys share with me your experience about React, and maybe experience solving problems like these, and I will be able to, or I will be happy actually to negotiate this, or to maybe talk about them, or maybe to help you out find your weaknesses. Yeah, cool. I mean, yeah, I'm really glad we are talking about this because this is a good topic. Yeah. Cool. And actually, if you are also thinking about what is he doing and what kind of app he's building, everybody in the chat can actually reach out to this and see the GitHub there. Actually, JavaScript can be multi-thread with Node.js. So basically, you can set up what we call workers. Workers are actually multi-threaded way to actually run React services or Node services differently. But JavaScript is synchronous 100%. Await and asynchronicity came up later on. I just started using TanStack Router as it seems better than the React Router. Have you ever used it? Yeah, in this application we use the TanStack Router, by the way. The TanStack Router is exactly here, the authenticated routes, and also you have an authenticated TSX here for create file routes for actually the protected one, and you will have here on the index file, or not the index, maybe the route tree. Here you go. Yeah, that's our route. You can take a look at it while we are actually talking. By the way, the route tree will be actually generated automatically. I don't know why I'm showing you this. I should show you something better. For example, the login here, as you see, we have a create file route of login, and then before loading this, we do an async context kinda, and we fetch if we have user data. So if you don't have user data, then we will throw redirect, and this will go to the index file, and basically will take you to login or to log out. Either this or that, and we get the context and blah 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 from this query function of fetch query. Actually, what I did for this route is kind of stupid, but I'll show it to you. Here you go in the main TSX. So in the main TSX for our query client and a router client, which is create a router here, we pass the context here as the query client itself, which means that we can use the query client to know if you are logged in or not using a get profile function, which is awesome. Awesome and not awesome at the same time. I hate it, but probably I should have done a use auth context that will not use the query client, because then what am I doing, right? Hello there. For notification, I use effect to fetch the API every 5 seconds. Should I use socket.io? Actually, you should use sockets here, or you should use TanStack with a stale time of 1 minute. Or 1 minute seems fine, but maybe 5 seconds, 1 second even seems fine, because TanStack will take care of that. Yeah, this is an available repo, by the way. I will pin the repo right now, right? It's available, and if you have any questions, reach out to me. I have no problem actually sharing with you everything. So all good, yeah. And also we have a Discord link, so go to my profile, go to Linktree, and yeah. Am I wondering if I can keep simple TypeScript instead using the Zod library? By the way, we are using also Zod here. So what we use Zod for, we have here types. So for example, we have all our types here. And what we come to do here is just to infer with Zod some of the schemas. So if you go here to find out that we use a context schema, which is a Zod object basically, and we infer it to be a type here, right? And what we do actually, if you go to the login page, which is it is then reusable. It login here. So as you see, oh, not there, login form. You will find out the correct way to do this. You just get the register, handle submit, form state, and errors, and then you use the use form from React Hook Forms, which is better than use Formic actually. Better, so much better than Formic and Zod Resolver. But we still use Zod Resolver here, but maybe much better than Formic and Yup. Yup is also a validator. So use this resolver, and then you just do an on-success mutation. And Zod will be helping you here with the login schema type. So if I go to the definition of this, you will find this line here. This guy found the best repo for him to learn. Nice. Yeah, actually the use state will return a promise. That's correct. Let me think. No, the use effect will return a promise. No, even the use effect won't return a promise. No, they are not asynchronous. Both of them are synchronous, I think. Yes. So Zod will help us here to actually look at the schema. So if you say your schema is based on login, input. So let me show you an example. So here's the login schema. What do you need for a login, right? You need email and password, right? So you have email and password, and you even specify the email to be minimum of 1 character, and this has to be filled. That's the message whenever it's not filled, basically. And this is not a valid email if it's not email, so you use the function of email correctly, and then that string. So you can stop at here actually and it will work, but it will be ever better to put this email part, so you just make sure. Then if you go back here, whenever you do like type of login schema type, now you infer that schema to be a type. And inferration is like forcing your schema to be something, and to be something but to be a type, kind of. I know that this is kind of, for a junior, it would be a bit too much to understand, but once you start working on it, start coding, guys, and you will understand a lot. All right, start coding. Just start writing some code. Yeah, cool. JS, this backend. I mean, I did backend and frontend, so we are now doing the frontend part, right? We are hopping because I'm trying also to answer all your questions. So hopefully you guys understand what I'm saying, and hopefully also I am answering all your questions correctly, because I know sometimes you need some specifics, and I just read like the half of the question and then move on. It seems to be like lately I've even done this while reading docs. Like I read the half of the doc and then I move on, right? Yeah, man. S here said you saved my life. I didn't save you, man. It's just that you're maybe learning in the learning phase where you probably will go into the tutorial hell, you know. The tutorial hell is very bad, and you know, I forgot about it for a long time now. It's just that I read only docs now. And try also to go senior in your head before even senior with the tip of your fingers writing code. So what I'm saying is just try to just read docs. Don't go to YouTube, right? It will just confuse you more, right? Let me explain to you something about okay, I will actually try to explain to this the better way, right? For now, I will just share my screen. So you will see now Xcali Draw, where I draw stuff. Where is it? Here you go. So, so whenever someone comes to you and say, hey, you are now a junior dev, let me actually record this, because I will put this into my profile. All right, so we will talk now about how you need to approach learning when you are actually coding. Even learning is just, hey, I'm learning, right? Learning is actually a curve. So basically, learning, that's why it's called a learning curve. Whenever you are an engineer, you need to run marathons, basically. That's what I always tell. So you have this point where you start and everything will look flat for you until you learn something, and then things are getting better. Okay, I'm learning more. Oh, things are getting so much better. And think about it, that here, for example, you are learning React, and here you use the use callback for the first time and you understood it. And then you'll be like, oh, there's more hooks to this. Oh, I'm writing too many states. Let me use this use reducer, right? And oh my gosh, use reducer work better because I have this switch case with all my types and all the functions that I'm gonna do. Oh my gosh, if I use now Redux or Redux Toolkit, which is a better tool, these things will be better, but I need to actually set up this provider. Oh my god, this provider is too many stuff. And then you just do another learning curve and you know, Zastand or MobX or whatever. And this moment you'll be like, oh, wait a second, I don't really need to write this provider. So I'm really in this situation where now I don't need to do a lot of stuff that I did literally 1 month ago when I was learning this. And then you will start not writing use context and React and stuff like that. Because now if you ask me about writing a context, I probably forgot. I know how to do it. You create a context and then use context, but I forgot how to write it. Some guy on YouTube said, is this pre-recorded? No, it's not. It's just that YouTube, I don't have so many viewers, so sometimes I don't read the questions. All right, so we will go back to JS, and while you are a junior, by the way. So while you are a junior, you need to learn one thing. So when you say, I'm actually going to work with forms, basically if you are going to work for a company, there will be multiple stuff that you will be doing on a daily basis. Let's say optimization, which is something that you be actually optimizing. You're working on helper functions and you understand how things work, utilities, basically what we call them. You probably write in controllers, which is probably like some fetchers, how you fetch data from the backend, stuff like that. And this tend to be right now better with global storage and stuff like that. And when you actually do states correctly, well, let's say with Zustand and stuff, you'll have functionalities for changing your state for, let's say, your user is actually either be logged in or logged out. So you can know if he's logged in looking at your cookies or whatever, but also you need to make sure that whenever you call that login function, you change something in its state, and that state of the user, knowing then that he cannot actually route into some stuff. So you will be working on controls. But the fun part here is forms, because forms, you can write them a million ways, right? So one thing that you can do is that you learn, for example, Formic, right? Formic is a really good library that comes really good with a validator called Yup. And especially if you are doing TypeScript as well, it will be fortified, right? And when I mean fortified, it will become one of the best things that you learn, and you will like it a lot. The thing is, when it's at optimization here, for example, you can be an old dude, and not old, but your app can be based on a Create React app, for example, and then some guy comes and say, hey, we need to switch it to Vite. This is one of the hardest tasks that I ever had, for example. So now you need to actually learn about Vite and how your environment variable, for example, needs to change to Vite underscore, all of them, from React underscore to Vite underscore. So this probably will need like a sh script, like shell script, to actually do this whenever you are running the pipeline or something like that. So let's go back to forms. Forms is actually very interesting because now I can say, hey, what about the React hook form? React hook form plus Zod. This seems to be the best way that people actually using right now. And if you add actually 10 stack to this, and you write a good useFetch function, useFetch as a hook basically, that will be actually fortifying 10 stack too much. And then you have your mutation set up with this responses with the correct actually information of Zod types. Then you will be really, really, really in a good state. Now let's talk about tutorial help, right? So if you are here in this situation and you go to YouTube and you find someone from 2 years ago actually doing this approach, then you will learn only this approach, right? It's good to learn one approach, but it's also good to know other approaches. And as a junior, don't bother knowing other approaches. So I will tell you this literally, don't bother. Just think about React as a timeline. So you learn hooks, and then you will have like multiple timelines that comes like this. One way to learn state management. Oh my gosh, I write so bad today. Management. So one way only. So learn only one Zustand, for example. And then you go one way to handle forms, right? This is very fun. But I actually feel better now writing with the mouse. So one way to handle forms, and that will be, for example, the Formic plus Yup one, because you learned it from YouTube. And then when you feel like that you're watching a lot of YouTube videos, stop completely and say to yourself, okay, now is the time for me to start learning on my own, which means now probably you are on this part of your marathon, right? When things become whiter, like you become a coding angel. You don't vibe anymore, basically here. No vibe coding, no to vibing. Yeah, you don't use too much GPT. So what you're gonna do here is that you read docs first. So docs, and for sure you understand nothing. Try, find errors, Google them, and then you'll be like, okay, I Googled, I didn't understand anything, then ChatGPT, right? And yeah, that's it. That's how you will literally now have the code in the tip of your fingers. Because if you vibe everything, if you just go and copy anything, then debugging will be super hard. And then you will add another step, which is debugging, which is the worst step of your life, kinda. Yeah. Cool. So I will share with you this project that I'm working on right now on GitHub. I will show you even it. Let me show you. This is called White Noise. Yeah, I think you guys are on my GitHub already, so go there and search for White Noise. You will find it there. Cool. I talked for 7 minutes, guys, for this, right? I get tired of coding every day, and I hate it every day, but it's my job. It's how I make money, and I hate to say this, but sometimes it's fun when people that you work with are fun. So yeah, okay. This is kind of like personal to each person, but when coding is fun, as I said, coding is fun when the people you work with are fun, when people you work with are organized, when people you work with are okay when you make mistakes, when people you work with are not micromanaging you, when people you work with provides for you courses and provide for you time to learn, right? Time to evolve, right? If you are there with people who are actually just bringing you down, like every day on Jira, hey, what about this task? What about this task? Did you progress on this one? Did you progress on that one? Why you didn't start this one? Why did you not start that one? And don't work with people who put you face to face to the client, because that's the worst kind of way to code, right? That's when you start hard coding stuff, and you start not focusing on stuff, and hard typing stuff, and basically ruining the wrapper, right? Why? Because the client will come to you, shoot a message directly, not to PM, not to PO or wherever, shoot a message directly to the developer and say, hey, I think if you transition the color of the button from Slate 600 to 500 whenever I hover on top of it, then it will be better. Okay, I will do it. You do it, you push a PR, it will be just PR with one line, comes to you next day. Hey, I think, yeah, I asked you, I know, but sorry, I actually think that my boss didn't like it. So there is no hierarchy, there is no structure. Even though that hierarchy is bad, you always want to be flat with your teammates and stuff like that. Sometimes it's good. Sometimes if you are not a developer that knows how to speak and you want people to speak instead for you, yeah, it will be better to actually have a good PM, a project manager, product owner as well, and a good boss, maybe a good lead, not boss, because boss probably, you won't be working with the CTO if you are a developer. You'll be probably working closely to your leader or a team lead, right? And team lead will write less code, but he will be really crucial because he will kind of work as the tanker of the team. So basically, whenever someone gets to him and say, hey, what about building graphs using Apex charts instead of high charts? I heard that Apex chart, this is always the same wording, right? I heard that Apex charts is better. Oh, you heard about this DeepSeek? I think it's better for us to actually use their GPT better than actually using or paying 200 euros for ChatGPT or whatever. If your team is actually comfortable with something, please don't change it, leave it. And that lead, his job is actually just to go and fortify the whole thing and be like, hey, see this wall? It's a firewall. Don't cross it without talking to me. So don't cross the developer's range. Don't go to any other lane but my lane to talk to me, basically. And that's it. That's it. I mean, that's all I can say about how you love coding. And funny enough, I have 2 jobs now. One of them full-time, one of them just I do some stuff on the side, and I'm really happy that the side job is really bad. The side job, I'm really on the client forehead, basically. And it's a big company, very big company, Google kind of company. And Fang, why I said Google, I don't know. And the other company that is very small, started as a startup, and now it became like very known actually in Germany. It's really the coolest company that I've ever worked on. I actually think that I would never ask for a raise. I would never ask. If they gave me money, it's fine. If they didn't give me money, I'm totally fine. I'm very good. I have no issues. That's it. I mean, you see, then what I just said right now shows that I love my job. So basically shows that I like to work with these people, and that's it. That's the result of the whole thing. Cool. So you speak German too? I do speak German, but I have A2 level, like B1 closely. I started learning and then I stopped. I need it though, because next year I'm applying for the citizenship. So I need to get it. I need to speak it. one way or the other. You deserve 2 gifts. Thanks a lot. Man, you know what? The thing is that about this, what I'm doing right now is actually I'm waiting just to talk to the chat. So what I want to do always is just to talk to the chat, to exchange, to have contacts, and to have people that are really good. Talking about stuff makes me better at what I do, right? And yeah, I'm showing you GitHub right now because this is the project that we are building. So it's a Study With Me white noise project where we did all this stuff here, and now we are working on some other stuff, which is I think I put it somewhere here. Okay, I didn't put actually what I'm working on right now, but it will be something here, right? Cool. You work at Bosch? No. So I work at SFC Energy, which is a company for energetic. This is the company that I like. And the next company, which is a FANG kind of company, is Adobe. It's a very, very big company, I know. Adobe is like 500 trillion worth or something like that. And even though that I get 10K a month from them, they make my life hard. I live next to Germany, 5 minutes from it. I need a minute. What do you mean 5 minutes from Germany? Are you in Colmar, France, or where exactly? Or maybe Vienna, or whatever. I don't know. It shouldn't be Vienna. It's not 5 minutes from the borders. What font and theme are you using? Sure, Brown. I'm using Tokyo Night theme, and Tokyo Night theme for NeoVim, by the way. So you just write that, and JetBrains Mono Nerd fonts for fonting. Oh, the Netherlands. All right. So you are close to the NRV area. Yeah. Is your city starts with V for any chance? Let me check. Actually, I know I went to a city not so long ago, actually, maybe 6 months ago. Well, that's long, I know. But let me actually check it because I forgot the name of it. Yeah, here we go. I was in Essen and then I went to Venlo. Yeah. Venlo seems to be a nice city, actually. Very chill. And I like it. I just didn't like people driving there. They were like very much bad. Everybody in the chat saying, hey, I have an idea and I need a programmer. You can find my email. Just shoot my email an idea. And I will let you know when I'm free and when I can help you with that. Yeah. Yeah, Joe Mary said, hey, how can I get better with front end? I mean, we talk about this all the time, man. Like, we talk about this mostly every day. And oh my gosh, you will make me now share my screen again. So what we talk about, oops, I did a mistake now. Here you go. For people on Twitch as well to see this. We have this front end roadmap. Do you have this? Do you have access to this? Yeah, you're 5 from Venlo. All right, 5 minutes from Venlo. That's nice. Then I know your city probably. That's cool, man. That's cool. Then the next time that I go there, I'll let you know. Nice. All right. So this roadmap here that you see is that you need to follow it one by one and maybe check these what is it called, purple color stuff, and actually let me actually choose for you the best stack for this, but maybe you can let us know what is your problem. So if you actually tell us your problem here we will try to arrange for you a couple of solutions. So what is your problem exactly? What do you feel bad when it comes to front end and your skills? As I said, also there is one thing that I feel like people are falling into. When I say, for example, CSS, right? Some people tend to work with modular CSS, right? Which is totally fine. Every component will have its modular file, right? But some other people will tend to do Tailwind, right? And some other people will do SCSS. And when SCSS, it's probably also Sass. So when Sass, we say also styled components, right? And this is a library that you also can do. So for me here, the only thing that I say to always juniors and people who are actually starting with this, pick one, right? Pick modular, continue working with this at least for 6 months to understand all the basics. So basically you will understand something about WebKits, right? Or maybe keyframes, right? Keyframes here, probably you want to have like a select box and you have a chevron or something like that. So you need to do it correctly. So you understand how this works here, and then you move and check it on Tailwind, right? So yeah, pick Tailwind is really good, but with Tailwind, people don't like it because if you have an input, let's say, and then you have the class name here, the class name will be longer than the input. It become like really cumbersome, but all good, all good. I mean, I work with Tailwind all the time and I like it too much actually. Also about Tailwind, you will be it will be easier for you to actually write calls or columns, right? And rows as well. And for example, if you want to start on row 7, let's say, and you have 7 rows, you don't just do row dash start dash 7, and then your div basically will start on that row. So this is the best way to do this. Whenever you need to actually center a div, you will go items. This is what I remember. Correct me if I'm wrong. Items center, justify center, something like that. So if you wanted to do this with CSS, you write I actually forgot this, justify element 2 point center, and then you will do flex, display flex, and also you will do align item center. So look, it's just 2 things, 2 words, and that's it. Yeah. So about practices and all right, so we touched Sass, right, and CSS and stuff like that. Let's talk about practices, right? Some people say, hey, you need to adapt the solid principle, right? You need to adapt the dry principle, the don't repeat yourself part. So here the solid, what I tend to see actually is that only people using this in Java usually, because they write a lot of classes, and the only one that they are using is a single responsibility part. So single responsibility means that each class will serve only one responsibility. So you won't have a class that authenticate the user and log out the user at the same time. You will have authentication class, logout class, basically something like that. And if you want to find a job, you need to understand these two, at least to understand them, read them, understand what they talk about. So whenever someone asks you a question, you don't have that moment, you know. And TypeScript, yes, TypeScript is really crucial. At least in TypeScript, learn one thing: types versus interfaces. So what is the difference between them? How to use them both? So whenever you go into a team that uses interfaces more, you won't be actually shocked or something like that, or how we say in French, bouche bée. You won't be so bouche bée. And if you understand, yes, some guy said, Mickey said, if you understand JS, you will understand TS. That's correct, 100%. By the way, I am on Twitch as well, so I will share with you Twitch link here in the chat on TikTok, so people actually can go there and yeah, and actually make sure to follow up. All right, so I will actually create a lot of videos in the future, because I will take maybe a holiday for 2 weeks and start making like the beginner guide for becoming a fortified. I don't know why I used it too much today, fortified developer. I mean, fortified developer seems like a very good word to actually use it, because then you will know that you will learn something, and then you become like a company standard guy. All right, so you learn types, you learn interfaces, you learn like joining interfaces, or like with the end operator. You will learn the pick, and what is the opposite one from pick? Oh, I forgot, the omit one, the omit, right? And that's it. If you actually look into my project, you will find all of these, right? For example, I will just search the omit now, or you know what? I will search the omit with yeah, I have an omit part. User password. Here you go. So this, for example, I'm omitting. Basically, I'm taking off a name from a user details, and I'm just passing everything else, right? This is the backend controller actually for user.ts. This is backend controller, yeah, backend controllers. So yeah, these are controls for login, logout. Man, everything with me is free, so don't worry about that. Only if you have to pay or you want to pay, you will have my PayPal. Yeah, I tend actually to try to reach out to people who want also to work with me, and and like I don't know, to just show their products and stuff like that. But I'm getting shitty propositions when it comes to TikTok. They come to you with a fucked up AI and they tell you, hey, can you please market this AI? They will give you good money, actually, above 1K, for example, for a video, which is good, but I tend to not like it because I don't want to actually share with you something that then I will become a fraud. Yeah. If you understand GS, you will understand TS. That's 100%. Yeah. Mickey spreading wisdom. So Joe said that he thinks that he's paranoid applying great practices. You should just keep building and not think about anything. You know, when I started this this channel or this TikTok live stream, everybody told me, hey, you're shit, AI will replace you. But do you think I care? I don't care at all. I don't care even what they say. It's just that I like to find a job and I like to work and I like to just do whatever I need, right? Okay, so the folder structure. So this is the backend, this is the front end, this is the backend, right? So what do you want to see, backend or front end? Let me know and I will show it to you. Yeah, I talked a lot also about use effects. Man, you're asking me good questions, yes, but things that I repeated for long. All right, so backend, they want people here. I read backend, so I will just close this source and here you go. This is my backend. I will open everything. So I have source, I have DB, that's my DB, the dist folder, you don't need it. Prisma, I have it here. And then I have config for passport.js. I have a DB init file, middleware, routes, schemas, and server. So look at it. If you have any questions, I will open any file you want. And then I will show the front end. So all good. I will start with backend first. Oh, I actually, here some guy said, I thought that you're using Firebase. I actually started with Firebase. I started with Firebase and then it switched to, oh, take the drone down. Sorry for that, man. Yeah. So basically I started with Firebase and then yeah, I actually took it off and I did my own Passport.js part. All right, let me show you how it goes. Man, this is memories, right? Started this 2 months ago, by the way. So this is a Prisma schema, right? So we have a data source of SQLite. It was PostgreSQL, we changed it. Model user, model of to-do, model of category, model of noises, and model of status. So basically what you can do with my application, let me show you my application very quickly. It is just this. So you have a Pomodoro effect. You can start here. There's a timer. Blah blah blah, it's running, you pause it and then you go here and you say, hey, I want to learn React, right? Let me zoom in. You see here, this is the test. You can delete it, you can learn and unlearn stuff, right? Then you go here, you say, hey, I want actually to listen to some noises, right? And by the way, I have a problem now. I'm rendering stuff twice because I'm adding my own noises. Then you're like, I want to listen to this, and you start listening basically, right? That's it. I mean, then I have another one where you can add your own YouTube video. Basically, this is something wrong now. I don't know. So if you put the wrong video, then it will be like that. If you put the correct video, it should work, right? And then you can listen to a video that is not in your white noises. But this is a feature that I want to just take off right now. Okay. Now I will go back to the backend and share with you what I did there. S3. I don't have an S3 one. Actually, I was about to do it. I have one with Supabase. So let me go slowly now. So Passport.js, this is the configuration for Passport. We have a GWT payload and we have to check if you have a payload that is correct and you are verified. Somewhere here you will find unique the user. Yeah. ZTop. Let me just do ZTop so you can see this part. Yeah, so it checks the token. If it's blacklisted, therefore it just returns the user. If you have a user, then you're logged in. And then whenever you call, for example, here you call, for example, user register, you know exact, or not really. Let me see. Whenever you actually want to do a to-do for part here, that Passport.js part will actually render, will actually execute the user for you to show you that, hey, the user already is attached to your header, so you just get it from there. Yeah, I mean, the part with noises, this is the part where you can do S3, by the way. So this is the S3 part that is commented. Right now we are not using an S3 bucketing, you are using the local file store client with assets. So right now, if you actually look on the front end, because this is not working yet, you will find the noises here. You see, the noises are in the front end, by the way. So they are read by React. And how they are read by React, I actually have a helper function here. That's stupidly enough. If it's on development, it will just import the MetaGlobe. If it's not in development, it will just look into OGG files and stuff like that and replace /noises with /dist. For some reason, I have a problem here. I need to delete all of this and return it to normal. But yeah, so now we go back to the backend part where I'm actually explaining these noises, and you can see here how to add a noise. Yeah. Stop code and AI will replace you. Thank you, man. Luciana said that. All right. So are you coding this just for fun, or is it a real project? It is a real project just for fun as well. I'm doing best of both worlds, let's say. And if it works well, I will actually market it. Yeah. How long have you been building this? For 2 months, 1 hour per day, you can say. Yeah. Yeah, Express.js for the backend. And yeah, I will show you the front end later on. Do you work for a company? Yeah, I do work for a company. I work for Adobe, if you know it, and I work for another company as well called SFC. Adobe, I work for them like part-time on their Spectrum CSS project. And Hafid, I didn't see your question. What kind of app are we building? It's a white noise app. It's just this app. Look, my friend, this is the app that has noises. You can listen to some coffee noise. Let me show you another noise, forest noise. Very good one, right? And then you have on top like some to-dos to do, and also you have some reset and timers, like a Pomodoro timer. You can set up a break, and you can log out, log in for sure. Here you go. This is the login part working perfectly like a charm. And here, as you see, it logs in, it does stuff. If I just zoom out, you will see other pages like services I'm preparing. Contact page, I put like a small contact form. Home page, about page, about. Yeah, and that's it. I mean, I will go and do the CSS later on. I just don't want to do it right now. Why you use Passport.js and not GWT? Yeah, I'm using both actually. What time do I stream? I stream usually now at 10 p.m. CET, so 10 p.m. German time, right? I'm using both, Sam, by the way, Passport.js and GWT. So if you go, am I actually not sharing my screen? That's good. So if I go to my Passport.js, you'll find me, or not actually Passport.js. If I go to users here and search GWT, here you go. I will search GWT again, and then you will z-top this, and here you saw, you see the token is actually getting signed by GWT token as a string, and expires in 4 hours. So you will have a 4 hours possibility to actually connect, and then you will be disconnected. Every day, yeah, every day, but not Friday. We will be also tomorrow here, Monday here, Tuesday here, Wednesday here, Thursday here, Friday not. Friday I take a day off. Every day, yeah. Every day I'm shuffling code though. New to coding? Who's new to coding? Me? No, I'm not new. Is SQL hard? I actually don't work with SQL that much. I tend to use Prisma a lot. I use ORMs, which is called Object Relational Models, which is better because then you use functions prepared for you as classes or API functions like find unique where something is equal something, and somewhere there I find myself comfortable. It's not an AI project, by the way. It's a white noise project just for studying purposes. That's it. TypeScript is better to JS. TypeScript is like, it's like car to carpet, man. It's two different things, but they just have the same naming or the same prefix. So the only thing that you need to do is just, if you want to actually do TypeScript, you then will learn a lot about typing, about strict typing, what we call, also about other maybe languages, because Java, for example, uses strict typing and it doesn't need TypeScript or something like Java. Java scripting or something like that. It's just automatically typed, and also Angular as well is automatically typed via TypeScript. So what you need to know here is the difference between them, why you use them. Yes, to tend to not have errors on the production, and to minimize problems, and also to be sure that you are actually shipping your inputs equal to your output. So basically, if you have your inputs as a MP3 here on my application, or OGG files, you know, the output for these OGG files to the audio readable component is actually a real OGG file. Yeah, $1 billion mindset said that he wants to learn how to code like full stack. I mean, I shared this roadmap before, and you can join our Discord. Let me actually prepare for you a link to my Discord. 1 second. Yeah, I will share with you a link to my Discord. Everybody joins, and then there we can talk about projects. We can build projects together. We can do stuff, very cool stuff. Nice. Oh, I see a lot of people here on Twitch as well, come from TikTok, but your way of talking and explaining is really nice. Thanks, man. I want to ask a question about projects that I built. Sure. Please let me know. There isn't an activity on. Let me see. Just for TikTok. For TikTok, every 1 hour and a half, it just blows up my ears. So our friend here said, I think one problem that he has is when building as well. It took look at documentation. There's an absurd amount of information and examples. I don't really know the type of information to grab. So our friend here is finding a problem with kind of like going into documentation. By the way, I will pin Discord on TikTok as well. So the only thing that you need to know is it's a skill actually to be able to read documentation. So with time, you will be able to read documentation and you know exactly where to go. But it's actually sometimes the documenter problem that he doesn't know how to structure his folder. So now, for example, if you go to Tailwind, you will find installation, how to work with it, and then components. And that's the best way to do it, because if he puts everything into one readable note or something like that, you will be scrolling a lot and you don't know what to take, right? So yeah, sometimes you just stay there, try to read, and don't rush, right? So Jakarta here said that he's making an anomaly detector and want to get the logs of the server, that I will connect them via REST API with the API of my database, but I face some issues that I don't get the logs from the other server. I made snippet to implement in the backend for the other server. Okay, maybe you can share with us your GitHub here, your project, or maybe you go to Discord and actually paste the snippet that you need to actually fix, and I will look into it with you, because I think that it's not a big problem. It's just that maybe the scripts are not being read correctly, or the type of the scripts you're passing, or type of logs that you're passing are wrong read, maybe. Or maybe there is like this router part, this encoder part that is wrong. Yeah. How much do you earn where you employ that? Around 100k a year. Yeah, you can join Discord, Jakarta. I would be happy to. Yeah. And you can paste it with Ask JavaScript or something like, or Ask React. That's we have kind of like a small small channels to ask questions. Yeah, billionaire mindset from TikTok is here as well on Twitch. So did I share with you Twitch? Actually, you can go and find Twitch on my profile on TikTok. You can just click my profile and find if I actually share that. Otherwise, I'll share with you my screen, my link here. Because on Twitch, actually, you will be able to see the full screen, by the way. So you're not seeing like just a chunk of it, but still, it's good. Yeah. Everybody can join Discord. Why everybody's actually asking these questions? Everybody who are here, just join and I will be happy to. Yeah. By the way, I'm affiliated now on Twitch. I'm really happy about this. It's kind of cool. And also make sure to follow on Twitch. It would be really nice. Yeah. How often do you use props.children? Props.children only if I do layout. So the layout will actually have a children of JSX elements or React Node elements. That's it. That's the only way that I use children. I don't think that I use it anywhere else. Use credentials. What do you do more? Yeah, this is user credential code. Not really. User credential controllers. Class-based components, I think they are dead. You don't use them much. So I'm using only function components in React, right? Actually, do I have a layout folder? Let me check. Layout? Yeah, here you go. This is where I use the children part. You can check that. For render props, I think we use props.children to share the same state. For rendering props, I mean, props can be real props. For example, here I'm not putting props.children. I'm actually destructuring children from props, right? Rick said that he just finished his first code work 3 minutes ago, and now he sees my stream. That's good. At least I am going to the correct niche, right? Awesome. So we have a new chatter on Twitch. He's saying, "What are you coding?" For sure. For all the people that are new, I actually show you the app. I don't care. So this is Twitch, by the way. Twitch, I have 6 viewers, but most of the viewers, I have around 50 people now watching on TikTok. This is the application that we are building. The application is actually open source, so I'll share it also on Twitch. And make sure to follow also there, and I'll share it also on TikTok as well. And now we go to the application. So this is the application. It's a SoundFocus. I called it SoundFocus. It was called Study With Me, but now it's SoundFocus. Seems like a very good engineer name. And yeah, the homepage here, it has like this Pomodoro, this to-do list. So first to do, here you go. You can delete it, delete this one, add another to do, and then you can edit them also. So first to do 1 and that will be it. Then you can do this. All of this is actually happening in the backend right now in real time. So it's not only React or maybe something like that. You think that it's not. Here you go. So this is actually a message has been edited or updated. So the preview, this is how you pass to the payload. You pass it's pending. Now I will pass something else. It will be done, I think, right? Yeah, somewhere here it will say completed, you see? So that's it. I mean, yeah, now I'll delete. As you see, we have like some couple of issues with CSS that we need to fix. And here are the noises. So now you can listen to some noises in the background. And these noises are just for you to focus while you do your assessment and stuff like that. Cool. Hopefully that's good. I just need to hop into that very quickly so I don't bore you. Yeah, Cody said, thanks for today. You will watch everything. Yeah, you can go back to Twitch and you'll find the full video and you can complete it later on. So I will still actually maybe stream for another 30 minutes and then I will go. But overall, I'm trying actually to share with you guys like good knowledge and we build together stuff, right? Cool. Yeah, thank you for asking though. I coded the to-do list, I coded the white noise part, I coded the Pomodoro part, I coded everything in there. So are you a web developer or software engineer? I think there's no difference between them both. I'm a web developer, if you can say, but I'm also a code designer, which means also I have the software engineer mindset. Okay, so what I was working on today, I was working on a function inside this React application in components. It's called upload your noise.tsx, and this is kind of like yeah, I need to actually add, I need to add this, what am I doing? Oh, okay. Yeah, I need to jump here. So what I'm gonna do right now is to actually create this handle function, handle upload function, which will actually communicate with my front end, with my backend. Yeah, I make everything myself. Yeah, I don't use any ChatGPT, whatever. What do you recommend for me? Where should I start? Want to focus full stack? So if you want to focus full stack and you want to look for where to start, okay, it will sound maybe crazy for me to say this, but start by building. Okay, build your to-do list. I have actually some good videos that I can share with you, and I will, after this live stream, maybe tomorrow morning, I will actually go into Discord and share everything that I know that you can start with. Just write me here your or not, okay, maybe send me a message directly on Discord with your handle. Say, hey, I am Big Mo from Twitch, and I will look into your name, and then I will say, hey, at Big Mo, whatever. Right now we will share with him and with everybody else all the videos that I think they should start with if you want to actually do full stack development, and paste maybe 8 videos around 8 hours. If you finish them, then you will become really good. All right. The theme that I'm using here is Tokyo Night. Yeah, the theme is Tokyo Night, and the font is JetBrains Nerd font. Yeah. Discord doesn't work. Let me actually go right now and generate a new link. Invite people. All right, so let me check. Maybe people are actually joining already. I just see that. I see that already there is a welcome. Yeah, so there is a welcomed member, so it was working, but maybe not for you. So I generated a new link and a new link for Discord as well, or for TikTok. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I also need to go to my Linktree account because I think Discord is not working anymore. Yeah, Discord server. Oh, invite invalid, it says. Interesting. How can I edit this? Oh my gosh. Okay, I'll put also a new edit link. Editable link for Discord, basically. So Discord seems to be not working perfectly, so I will just update the link. And here you go. Now it will work. So all good, guys. I updated the Discord for direct access or access after sign up. No, actually it's good. I have a direct access into now Discord via the Linktree account. So if you go to my account on TikTok, you'll find this Linktree, and then probably the link now will work. Let me test it out first, and then we will just move on from there. Cool. Now it works. All right. Cool. So this is the Linktree link here. Thoughts on Vue? I think Vue is really better than React, but it is actually specified as second right now in the trend. So everybody actually who told you that Vue is not good, or it's not into the market, is actually better than Angular in the market, and people are actually using it, especially and heavily in France. I don't know why, but France seems to like Vue a lot. So yeah. Oh, Discord notifications are not working anymore. Okay, then I get this part. I will actually then work on that part tomorrow. I will actually make maybe a better notification system for Discord. Maybe I will code it myself. Why not? Maybe I'll make a small bot. Yeah, I see. It's actually in the chat. It's not sharing anything. Yeah. I will just do everyone, add everyone. Not now, maybe tomorrow I'll just actually do it. All right, so if actually if if nothing working for you when it comes to joining my Twitch account or Discord account, I'll try right now to share with you guys my handle. And my handle is, it's a very funny handle though. Yeah, so that, and then my handle is 3032 or 23. I forgot that part, actually 23. So if you add me now on Discord there, I will actually share with you the link for my Discord channel. Maybe then you will be able to actually join it. Correct. Cool. What is the feedback about making sites on WordPress? I mean, are you a PHP developer? It depends. So basically, if you are a PHP/JS developer and you want to build with WordPress, then there is no problem with that. I mean, that's all good, right? The thing is about the background learning and how you need to actually choose maybe your lane regarding JavaScript and stuff like that, or maybe regarding the language that you want to learn from the beginning. That depends on your goal. So if your goal is building terminal apps, then learn Rust, right? If your goal is to learn how to build web apps, then do maybe JavaScript, right? Because people actually don't understand how powerful is JavaScript. JavaScript is the only language that you can create both front end and back end and smoothly with 2 different frameworks, actually 4 different frameworks, or even 6 different frameworks, and they're all based on JavaScript coding. And you can do Node and Express on the back end, and you can do JavaScript React on the front end. You can do vanilla JavaScript, you can do Angular, you can do Svelte, you can do Vue, you can do, you know, all of these, and they are all available for you to actually do, right? All right, cool. I mean, hopefully you get the point, guys. All right, cool. Which programming language is this? This is TypeScript. CompSci is danger unless you go into cybersecurity games or system programming. Ah, man, don't say that. I mean, every game has a website, right? Every cybersecurity company has a website. So web development is really good. Web development seems to be a better one. Oh, in Paris, Sam said that in Paris, most full stack PHP developers use Vue for front end part, especially Laravel dev. Yeah, I have a friend of mine. His name is Moaz. He's from Tunisia. So I'm originally Tunisian. I'm Arab, by the way. I know, guys, that you probably think that I'm from somewhere else, but I'm Arab, Tunisian Arab. And the thing is that that people here tend to ask a lot of questions about country-specific coding languages, and that's actually really a thing. Like, as we said, France really uses a lot of PHP for some reason. Actually, I saw a company in France using COBOL. COBOL is like a very, 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 very old language that is used mostly by banks because they started it, they felt it is secure, and then they couldn't actually update the legacy code. So it became like a really hardcore thing to do. So Levi said, oops, or lol, whatever. I don't know what he's laughing about. So yeah, which language is it? This is TypeScript, React, and Node as well. So now we are doing this handle function for an input, and then we stopped. Sam said Necharfo. Thanks, man. Necharfo means pleasure to meet you or something like that. Yeah, in English. Or nice to meet you. Yeah. Nice. So whatever framework you are using, I would use WordPress for like 2 years. Yeah, actually. Encrypted Penguin said, I just came here to say don't use React Native for apps, worst framework ever. And he just needs to go say goodbye and go. Well, the funny part here is that we are not using React Native. Actually, we're using a web application React, just simple React. And I should have actually did Next.js, because then I will have maybe TRPC installed, T3 stack maybe will be best, Prisma installed by default, and it will be really amazing. Yeah, but yeah, then I followed the chat on building this kind of stuff, and now I regret it. How often can I use the ID attribute? For what exactly? Encrypted Penguin said, my fault for assume. No, man, I mean, I like this kind of comments. You know what? I create really good content whenever I read like this funny kind of, hey, most of the people say to me, hey, use AI. AI will replace you, and all of this kind of stuff, right? So it's kind of creating like a dilemma, and people starts to comment a lot in the live stream, and then I have 150 viewers, and then people jump to Twitch, they follow there, and then it's just that part that everybody actually dropping a bomb in the chat and they just go. Nextauth is really amazing. You know what? Nextauth, I used it for long, but now I use Keycloak at my work. So Nextauth is really amazing when it comes to its API functions. They are really good, they are really secure, but it costs you a lot. I mean, if you have a big application, even though that's not big, around 1,000 users, right? For Nextauth, what I don't like is not actually yet a component-based authorization package, which means that if I have a component that I set up for login, logout, it doesn't accept that I need actually to create specific index HTML files with a specific CSS, probably not even modular CSS. And I will throw that into somewhere in Nextauth. So if Nextauth has a problem, my users are not able to actually access that file, or not able to access anything, even because of the application. If they don't have a token in their local storage or cookies or whatever, then they are bound to actually be outside of the application internet to actually get back. Keycloak, on the other hand, Keycloak, you can actually install an instance of your Dockerized Keycloak instance. Like, how can I say this? You can install an authorization Keycloak instance inside the Dockerized container, put it wherever you want to put it, Jenkins, wherever, Azure, AWS, wherever, and then run it somewhere. And then you say, hey, for local, for development, for staging, here's are my environment variables, secret files. Basically, you can hijack them, you can change them, you can do a lot of good things with them. And I like ClickLocal a lot. But Next it's also still heavily used, and people actually like it and use it a lot. Yeah. Like Lord Z5T said, they are dumb as fuck. He's talking about the people that actually always tell me that AI will replace me. And I'm laughing in money here. Only those who have no idea about tech and programming think this way. For sure, man. I mean, I agree with you 100%. And the thing is about ChatGPT, and this is what happened in our company, in Adobe, because I work in Adobe as well. Adobe, the company that did Photoshop. We have a generative AI functionality, and I'm sharing with you literally something that I shouldn't share, but I think it's not a problem. So when you actually upload files to as PDF to maybe Acrobat Web or Acrobat Reader, and then I say, hey, can you summarize this for me? And then it does summarize the text, right? We created like a whole LLM for this, but then some junior came and threw a PDF that contains only images, and it broke the whole thing. Broke it because it started to process images as text, right? So the thing is that we didn't think about that. We actually thought about it, that it maybe will pass into a catch problem, and then it will probably show like some error or something. But it turned out that any PDF is actually also can be readable as text, or maybe can be parsed as text somewhere for any ChatGPT, wherever, and it can actually try to resonate with it. So what AI tried to do here is try to read this as if it's a scripture, like a Egyptian scripture or something like that, and it's trying to debug it, kind of like dissolve it and find a solution for that. So it took around 5 minutes, and it used like around 1,000 euros or even more to debug this, and it became like very, very, very costly way to do things. So for that exactly, I thought about AI as always the savior, but sometimes the dumbest thing ever. Because if you show AI, let me just, I don't know, if you say to AI, hey, this is a JWT token, and you throw it there, it will know that it's a JWT token, but before it knows, it tries to guess. And while it's guessing, it will take time. While it's guessing, it will do computing. While it's guessing, it will probably take its time to kind of try to assess this information. And that assessment is not going to be done by one user. It's going to be done by millions of manipulation of users' data. And at that time, I just realized that we are just kind of as if we are writing switch cases for this ChatGPT or whatever. It's not like really that powerful. It just keeps guessing. So for example, when ChatGPT writes an email for you, it would say, hi, Mr. blah, blah, blah. I hope, and then it thinks what can be the next word. It's I hope that, what can be the next word, you, what can be the next word, are, what can be, and so on and so forth. So it's just guessing every word, honestly, based on data that it's run before. So if it doesn't see something, then it's not able to actually think that something out. So think about it as if that DeepSeek, for example, is really good because it has more power to actually go and search the web and stuff like that. For ChatGPT, you need to pay for this. So yeah, I think there's too many ideas about ChatGPTs and stuff. I call them ChatGPTs because they are ChatGPTs anyhow. But yeah, please check out my latest post, like, follow, and repost. I'm just starting. All right, Lyra, if you can share your posts. You mean on TikTok? All right, I'll check. Why not? Just message me maybe or something so I can find you later on, because sometimes I cannot go to the chat actually. Nice. Cool. Nice. Any other questions though before I actually continue with coding? I see that we have a lot of new viewers in Twitch, and I'm really happy that we have new followers. So let me check how many followers we have on Twitch. it's not much. It's not as in on TikTok, because on TikTok we have so many much people. Oh, 221 followers, which is amazing actually. So we are 279 from 500. Will be amazing, guys, if you just go and to actually, no, you actually, Pro Evils is actually in the chat. He said, I have been patiently waiting since the start of the stream to watch the coding part. We started with a small coding part, and then we started also running some or reading some questions. So another question on TikTok, the same thing again. Why do you even do this when AI will be able to replace you flawlessly in 5 years? I mean, the word flawlessly is put in a very good context, like in a very good place. This guy can be a good, like, good coder as well, but he's trying to actually, I think, reply to some other comments as well about coding using AI. Oh, so here people are actually commenting with other posts as well for coding content that is also using AI. So we have some profiles also that do the same as me, and they are discussing this. All right, let's do this. So what I need to do here, I need to jump here. This is an event, by the way. I tend to actually always do change event here, because I feel like this interface is available for you from React. But some guy told me that this change event can work with certain elements, but not with all. But I'm sure that HTML input element is something that it will work with. So I'm really happy with that. And then what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to actually get the file, because I know that this is going to be from target.file. I think files of 0. So interesting. How can I do this? I think that should be fine, because I know that sometimes you will have files of nothing. So basically the files array can be empty. So I will just put this to just make sure that it will be it will just execute whenever I have something in it. So whenever I have an item of 0. All right, cool. You know what? I'll just do this so I can just be happy. All right, is that cool? I mean, I feel so, yeah. So what we need to do now is to just do a blob URL. And by the way, I'm building on top of whatever I have here on the server. So on the server part, we have this noises.ts, and I found out that we can use a Supabase part, which is connected to a S3 bucket. And we have also this local file store client that is actually used in a assets folder inside our backend. So here we will basically, I think, right, because I didn't write this code, some guy actually wrote a PR, and he's not in the chat today. So what I'm understanding from his code here is that we will have an audio file. Yeah, I showed you this here. So if I go here, rec.file, and I check what is it, it's a express multor file. And then if I go to the multor file here and I just check it, it says that it's an object containing file metadata and access information. So it contains probably the path name, probably the name of the file. And also I checked here when he adds the noise. Yeah, so this is what he adds. When he uploads the file name with a string, the audio data as a buffer, and the file type with a extension, I think, with the OGG or whatever. So we'll create this input part in the front end, and I'm doing this blindly. I could actually test it with Postman, but I don't have a way to actually share my screen with Postman in it. I think I don't even have it. Let me check. Yeah, this is my gaming PC, by the way, so I don't really have everything for development here. But yeah, probably tomorrow I'll actually add that up. All right, cool. So console log uploading, finger crossed, it's not the someone bitboxing into a come on, man. Are you using pre-signed URLs? I don't understand your questions here. Pre-signed URLs, that's something that I don't know. All right, so okay, you just reminded me that that we need to create this URL, actually create object URL of file. Is it that? Let me just Google it very quickly, because I don't know. A pre-signed URL is how you can upload to S3. Oh, okay. Do anybody in the chat knows more about this pre-signed stuff? Okay, now we are not actually uploading anywhere to S3. We are just adding them into a folder called assets in the backend. And we're not going to have these assets in the front end at all, right? That's it. All right, so let me actually make it easier for myself with just this const new noise or whatever. So this is what will be my noise, and it will be kind of like whatever you pass. So for example here, the title, I will get it from the file.name. Maybe I'll actually split it. I will do the same that I did on the index file. So actually it will be the same name, I think. Where is that? Oh my gosh, I forgot the part. Okay, let me just go here, go to my routes index. All right, so here I did title, path split, blah 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 blah, shift, whatever. That's very bad. All right, I will, you know what, I will just whatever the file will be, because we know now that it's just the name of the file and then the extension. So we will split by dot, and then we will take just the 0 part of it. I know it seems like a bit hard coding, but I think this is the best way of it. And then I'll do the same trick here, just to make sure that that works. And new noise seems to be wrong written, right? Okay, so what we need actually also to do, icon maybe, let me check the schema parts. So in the schema part here, we will know exactly what we're gonna send to the backend. So we need to add the server, migration, schemas, and we go to noises. So add title, path, file type, icon. I have icon. All right, shit, icon. Why I put it as a string? It should be. Then how can I do the icon later on? Maybe I will have an object of string component. So basically, if it's a water string, then I will assign to it a water icon or something like that. All right, I'll choose the icon to be just the name of the file, just like that. And I'm gonna just z-top this so you all can see this. Man, now I regret that I did this. Hi Obi, I see you in the chat, first timer. That's nice. Okay. Question. I will read one question now and go back to coding. So Lord here said, how do big products manage authentication? I mean, like some cloud-based paid software which requires a login. For example, my old work had a company-owned software where one had to log in with a Microsoft account. Well, I think if it's you are using a Microsoft account with SSO access, then it won't be that they hard-coded the whole thing or coded the whole thing with password, whatever. They used probably something like Clerk that comes automatically with a component ready that uses Microsoft, and that you will just add one provider for that, and you will say, hey, this application will be using the authentication provider that also has compatibility with Microsoft. You don't know Clerk? Clerk is like authentication package that you can use to authenticate using Google, using GitHub, using whatever. And it's really easy to set up, very easy to set up. Very, very easy actually. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I will make an API call for this add noise part. Honestly, guys, I know that it's a bit tricky here, but I'm gonna put this one as path is there, title is there, the ID. Do I really need an ID or not really, because it will be defaulted, right? What should I do then? I will do the icon just because I put it there. So the icon now will become the same thing. I'll just copy this, right? Icon. Don't judge me for that. I just wanna do whatever, so it just passes for now. Yeah. Should it be? Let me just see your comments on Twitch if someone actually is doing something or saying something. Okay, all good. What else should I do here? The path, right? So the path is just the blob URL that we actually, the blob URL that we actually did there. And here we will be actually using a mutation part. So this handle file upload will be totally different from this what we just wrote in a second. So keep up with me. What else should we pass? File type, which is the extension part. Yeah. Oh man, file type. Oh, okay, I can do that. File type. It will be the just file name until the end of this, and copy it, and I'll just paste it here. And instead of 0, it will be, oops, it will be 1. Okay. Now this is not happy, saying that object literal may only specify known properties, but icon does not exist on type noise. What? Without definition. Okay. Because in the backend I actually do it as yeah, okay. Now I have no idea now how this, okay, this is nice that I can it won't work like that, but interesting. Okay, I can actually go back here and change this one to be just icon. That will break some of the stuff for sure. Here saying, hey, title, whatever icon type is not actually there. Go definition, it's the same thing. And let me just search for icon, return icon. You see here, icon. And now it's good, right? Let me see if actually this will break anything. It broke nothing, which is good. Okay, seems fine. Just that my my browser now is just crying. It's slow, but all good. Yeah, let me test something. Right, let me play a noise. Good, cool. So now that I just fixed that, now it should be fine. The string is not assignable to type icon type for sure. So it should be an icon type, right? But how Prisma will actually accept this? So here what I'm doing is that this noise part here is totally different from what I need to do. You know what I'm gonna do is just I'm gonna create a new type. Honestly, fuck it. I'm gonna create a new type here just to call it the same. It will copy the same one from the top just to make sure that I don't fall into anomalies or whatever. And the thing is that this is exported, right? It was exported. Okay, so I will just keep it exported, it's fine. And I will just paste it here for some reason, just to use it again. So here I'll just go to noises and delete it. And icon here I'll make it a string, because this is what's gonna be sent to my backend. And it will be fine to have the same name, right? Alright, and now it will not have any problem, right? Here it says, hey, you have object literal may only specify to known properties, and file type does not exist on type noise. For sure. So this can be there, and this file type should be string, right? Cool, then we are good now. I think so. What we need to do though is to combine later on this. So what we need to do here is just to make sure that whenever we add a new noise, to combine it with all the noises there. So we need to set all the noises to be the structure and all the other noises, and then add in that. So the set noises to be prev. Okay, so this is set noises, upload the noises to be that. Okay, you know what? I will do it that prev return directly. I will just give it a prev. Okay, you know what? I will just, oh man, That should be new noise, right? New noise. Yeah, so we are destructuring everything else, and then yeah, cool. Now we are good. Unless we have a problem now, is that this upload your noise is totally different from what we have in this blobs part here. So here we are getting the blobs from the asset. So this needs to be a no. So I will update this to do part. Change the readability of noise. No, that's done. Change the source of this to be backend noises. Okay. Any comments, guys, before I continue with this? Maybe I did something wrong. Maybe you have something for me before I actually continue with this. Hi, mate. Hi, Khardin. Hi, everybody on the chat. Miss you guys. Miss all of you. Yeah, I think I have a problem on Twitch to actually... now my Twitch right now is not posting anymore to Discord for some reason. So people are actually not aware. So make sure to follow on Twitch so you can see the latest stuff. Or you can see the notification whenever I go to live, and I will share the link again into TikTok. All right. Yeah, so I honestly feel like I don't understand the S3 part very good. That's why I'm actually using the assets folder here. Okay, cool. So now we need actually to make this input into a Zod schema. I will write everything there. So what I'm gonna do is just, you see the schemas over here? I'm gonna create one that is just for my files. And I'm thinking about this though. Can I just put this into a form? This is gonna be very odd. You know what? Change surrounding tag. Change surrounding tag, not that one. Change surrounding tag, not that one. This one I would change it to form. And then what I'm gonna do here is just gonna use the use const. Okay, const data. Okay, I need actually to check the. I forgot actually how to write this, but let me actually go to login. Maybe I have a form there that I need actually to check how the use hook create React hook form, or React hook form just like that uses the hook form actually. So if I go to why this is server, and then I will go to index, not index. I'll go to login TSX and then login form, and then go here. Yes, so what I need is actually this const register and submit and form. And the handle submit here will take the data and the passes to the mutation directly. So the handle submit is totally different from what I have there. I need to rewrite the whole thing. Oh my gosh. Okay, why not? Okay, I will copy the whole thing here just to go into here and paste it. So just, I definitely need a query client and use query client. I definitely need the register, the handle submit and form state. I definitely not need the login schema type, so here type. I definitely need a new schema here, which we'll call file upload schema, or what did I call this? Login schema, file upload schema. Hopefully if I do it here, const file upload. Does it happen to you that sometimes you just do z.object, you just want to do something and then you forgot everything? So here we have just one thing, right? It's file z. Okay, now I forgot how to write this. Let me just take a look very quickly for the login schema type and the login schema, and I cannot do that. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna control O, control O. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, it's correct, the object, and then the object will have the z dot directly the string. I think you can do file. No. All right, cool. We need to import Zod, by the way, and later on we will just Okay, let me just Z from Zod, right? All right, so the object, and then that will be that, and then it will be file. Oh man, I don't know. File type, no. Oh man, let me let me search that out. I will actually look into the docs. What's the advantage of using Zod? I'm actually using it to infer later on the type, so to make sure that everything is using the same technologies. For example, if I have a login schema using Zod, I have exactly everything using it, and then the separation will be correct. What programming language is this? Is this TypeScript and React? Yeah. By the way, Zod, actually, I learned it not so long ago, and I really like it, but the thing is, it sounds like Formic and Yap were like very used, and then Zod came and everybody actually want to change to Zod and React hook form. So I want in the chat for you to tell me which one do you use the most, and why do you think that we should use React hook form instead of Formic, right? Okay, if you want to share this, I would be happy to actually read your comments, because this is really important for me. All right, so I actually think that what I found is actually a very good names. It says that, yeah, if you are doing an upload for your schema, please make sure that your schema starts with upload, which is really cool. All right, so I would call it upload noise schema. This is gonna be white noise file or file. It can be whatever, but well, let's go with whatever Zod tell us, right? And then the funny part here that it uses z.any, and I'm not a fan of that. So now it can be anything, but it says that you can use this refine function, and this refine function will take an almost function basically, an animus function, and it will take a file, and you can say, instead of actually doing this way, I think this is a bit complicated for me to write, but why it's like that? Why does it not have a type? Why does it have to use any and then refine the type like that? Interesting, right? What a mess. What are you building? The same question everywhere. It's a white noise app, by the way. Okay, so I will change this code that I saw right now. So I will select this one and I use my code kinda. So I would say I want this is kind of like inferring, or maybe using TypeScript to help me out. So I know that there is a type of file, right, that we can use here to make sure that the file is an instance of that, and then therefore this refinement will be correct. Other than that, man, we need to use the one that I found in the documentation, which is actually file and file.length to be bigger than 0. So this is the part where you make sure that you have a file, right? Seems okay, but okay, you know what? I will just add a message just to be secure. All right, is it message directly, right? No, right, message, yeah. Please upload your a file, right? String is not up to type any. Hey, wait a second. What the hell I'm doing? Oh, wait a second. The refine. This should be into the refine part. So this is here. I'll just hop into this one and add it here, and that should be fine, unless I did something wrong. So this one closes. Oh, 1 second. So this is fine. No. Oh my gosh, I hate working with this part. All right, so maybe I will just do one thing here, which is to take off whatever I don't need. So this can be surrounded by parentheses, and I will just do return, and then it will be better. And then this message should be directly into the refine as an object, but it doesn't work. Interesting. Then you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put it outside just for the sake of it. So I'm gonna surround this by that, and then it should work. It's only that needs to have a comma. Yeah, cool. So file, refine. Interesting. All right, or I'll delete this one. I honestly don't like this now. Right now it's just too much. Yeah, this seems to be working. So the message needs to be structured from the refine, and it's not actually just a direct one there. Okay, interesting. All right, then do you know what to do here? All right, you know what, I'll just take this to the schemas. Ooh, okay. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I'll do this noise.ts. So this will need to import Zod, import Z from Zod, and then that's good. And then what I'm gonna add here is just the information of this type. So I will just export. I will also want to export this one. Export. Okay, you know what? I will use the same name, but the same name, and I will add type just to have the same kind of approach for all of them. And this will be z.infer. Now the fun part. What you're gonna infer, it's not actually into that. It's just gonna be instance of or type of. Actually, now I am doing a lot of instance of, and this type of will be of upload schema. This should be totally fine working, but infer is not working, right? Z.infer should be working, right? Property infer does not exist on type of import. What? Huh? Am I writing something wrong? Which language? React to TypeScript. Yeah, for sure. So this is export type. You see, I sometimes forget stuff, and they are crucial stuff. So I need actually to go to a doctor for this, because honestly, I sometimes forget the obvious stuff and I write the hardcore stuff. So yeah. All right, that seems cool. I'll just go back to this file, delete this one. I don't need it. Instead of doing all of this, I'll just switch this type to be upload noise schema type, and this one upload noise schema. So now we have the Zod resolver, and the mod is on blur. What is this mod working for? Let me check. On blur of what? Oh, I forgot that one. For what? The mode for what? The mode for the errors to be shown. Okay, on blur or on focus maybe. Oh no, let me just comment it for now. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. There's actually another way that we can refine this files and stuff like that. It must be, for example, less than 10 megabytes and stuff like that, but I don't want to do it right now. I just read it right now that it can be done that way. So what I'm gonna do is now pass to the part where I actually do the register part. And for this register, it needs to be kind of the same on submit function that we created, and we call it on input change. Nice. This seems hard to do, but let's do it. We need also the function for 10stack query to actually send send the data to the backend. But before we do that, let's just go and write the stuff that we need to write. All right, cool. So this form though, this form, it will have a on submit part here. On submit, my friend, and this on submit will be handle submit, and it will take handle file upload. And that, my friend, should be done correctly, but yeah, it's wrong also because now with the data of our on submit function, interesting. Let me check. This one probably not now. I will comment it because that's user mutation and we don't have a mutation yet. So this one also. So we don't have to do anything there. Let me just think about this. Handle submit is there. Let me check other files that we have. The handle submit, can it be actually the handle file submit upload there, or we cannot redeclare, right? Interesting. All right. This one seems to be fine. It's just that the input now needs to be registered. Let's do this easy parts and then move to the hard parts, right? That sounds to be better. So for us here, there's this the structure of the register part, and this you need just to put like the ID kinda of all of this, and the ID will be like a white noise file or something like that, right? And that why? Because we use the white noise file in our hook form basically, right? And yeah, and the white noise file also we used it in the Zod resolver, so it should be the same name. So the register on part here, it should be white noise, or let me just copy the same thing on top from noises, noise.ts, noise.ts. So this controller schema, so I need this name exactly to be the same, and I need to put it on the register part. So the register part here needs to have always the, as I said, the same name that is in the Zod resolver. That will work. And also you need to make sure that HTML4 here also have the same one. So the ID maybe also, I don't know, this part I'm just gonna be safe and put them all the same. All right, cool. There's this upload errors also that we will have into our register part, but I need to write that, I think. Also, they say here, I read also the part where they say that we need probably to do a reset upload part, or for the errors, we can call it whatever, like upload errors or something like that. Okay. So the resolver part is correct that we have, and then I will do just the form state here. So the form state, let me delete this for now. So the form state can be errors, and we will call them error uploads, or how can we call them? Whatever you want, guys, in the chat. I would actually call them upload errors instead. Yeah. And then we have the handle submit here, and we can call it wherever as well. Handle upload submit. And this register is just a register, but you can call it also register upload. So, right. So now, this one is gonna be, now it will make sense, right? So you register upload the white noise file, and you handle upload submit like that, better. Oops. handle upload submit, and then with that handle upload submit you handle to upload the file, and then this, let's call it on submit upload, so that then it will resonate correctly. So here, now it makes sense. All right, so we have all of that. Then we can add one thing here under the input. It's gonna be errors dot, what is it? I actually forgot that part. Let me actually check. Yeah, the upload errors as we called it, so it's not that. Upload errors, and then dot white noise. Yeah, white noise file, if that has a length basically, then we'll just return a tsx here, or a div, simple div, right? And this div can have like a class name of red or something like that, a class name of text red, right? So we'll do it like this. We'll actually change it to a p, maybe that's better. No divs anymore. Let's do this as a, and then we'll do text red 500, and then we'll do margin top 2, so we just get away from that. And where else? Text small, and we just stop there, right? The only thing that we need to put here though is the dot message, right? So we can copy this same word, oops, and we go here and we just paste that and we do message, because message will be basically whatever comes from Zod. So on change, all right, so then we don't need that change, right? Because now we have the on submit upload part be in a form, right? But we will probably need a button for submit. Man, if this works, I would be a genius. I think so, because this button can come from the UI buttons that we have already. Okay, this snippet can be a button like that. I need just to import the button. Let me go on top, import button from UI buttons. That would be cool. And by the way, I don't like this, so I'm gonna see inside that. Oops, see inside that. I cannot do that, or what? See inside. Okay, now it works. Component slash UI. Okay, slash button. That better. What? It's a Z. We don't know that. Interesting. Use form is not there, so we need to actually get the use form. What am I doing? Import, or I'll just do use form and it will get it. Oops. And then import also Zod resolver function, and that's it. And then I'll just do a symbol space there. So cool, really cool. We did a good progress. Yeah, so on submit upload here needs to return something. For us, it's a bit strange that we did like that. Let me actually create this type of submit. This one, button submit. I'll just do this as a Z top so you can read with me. And this button, can I actually pass the type? Nice that it has a type by default. I'll do a class name as well for this. All right, cool. So the class name here can be whatever. So margin top of 4 because I like that. BG Sky 600. What else should we do this? Text should be white, right? You guys can suggest this. I know not so many people are watching, but you can suggest me some classes if you want. It should be rounded, right? Rounded LG. That's a very good rounding. 4. PY is 2 should be, and maybe the PX should be 4. Yeah, that seems fine. What else? Maybe something else? Okay, I'll do the hover part. And we can go one more here. Like we can do 500 or something like that. All right. How can I go 6? Oops. and then next. Oops. Okay, I cannot do that. Okay, here we go. This one is gonna be, oops. Oh man, I exited. Am I actually Z-oxide for here? Okay, okay, not a problem. Schemas, components. Sometimes it bugs out, but at least we know where to go again. All right, cool. Let me just go there then to see what I was about to write. What I was about to write here, I was actually about to write the hover part, and I said BG slate or sky 500. Right. Cool. Now I have an error here. It says argument of type change event void is not assignable to parameter type handler of okay, submit handler. So this one is a submit handler, by the way. So yeah, it makes sense. It is now a handler for data, basically. Yeah. You know what I'm thinking about here is just to not use anything actually, because it's not an event anymore. It's a type of data. And the funny part here that on submit upload will be a data of type white noise file type, right? Or is it not? Here you go, this one. No, upload. Oh man, upload. Yeah. So that can be better, right? And then instead of doing all of this here, it will be data dot white noise file of 0, right? And then we'll make sure that 0 here will work automatically, because that will force it. All right, cool. There is one thing that I saw also about this is the reset upload part. Reset here, it says reset upload, and that's a function that you can use automatically from use hook form. And what it does for you, it just resets the upload, or maybe resets the form basically. And it's a function that you can use directly, and you don't need to write it. So for me here, it's actually very funny. I would just try it. Reset upload, and then I'll do it like this. All right, because the reset is something that you can get from use form from React hook form. All right, if you weren't using TS, you wouldn't have that error. Big brain. Nice. I mean, yeah, for sure. But we need to use TS, unless if we want to have a job, right? I have a post processor. I need to edit it for my CNC. Like, are you interested? Man, I'm sorry, I didn't understand anything from your comment. Chabin Lovin, his name is. All right, cool. Let's move. Now I don't need that. Now we need the funny part though. It's the testing part. So what I'm gonna do is that I need actually to look for for a white noise. Now I have one that I can use. Okay, so clean up. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually look for a white noise right now, and I can do it like this. So let me see. I have actually URLs for all the white noises that I did. So I have in the server here, not server, and assets, and public, yeah, in tracks, image URLs. So this is where I actually copied them. I'm actually gonna just paste that here, and I'm gonna get one. So this one is the lunchtime lounge, all right? And I'm gonna call it something else. So I'm gonna put this on my desktop, and I'm gonna call it pre-lunchtime. So something pre-lunch time, and it's a MP3 file, right? Hopefully it stores correctly. Nice. So it's 23 megabytes. That's too much. Now we need to actually create the part where we actually upload this to TanStack. or before that, let's test this out. Let's actually pass this into the index page. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Routes, authenticated, index. So I will just import this here before even after the to-do list directly. So Pomodoro list to-dos, and I will just do this before even the combination part of the search bar there, and I will do upload your noise, and then here you go. Does it work? I need to just find out that this is there. Okay, it got uploaded correctly. Nice. Now I'll see it in the app. If it's there, then it will make my day. Nice. So we have a very funny part. Let me refresh this. Let me just show you the application again. All right. So now I will share my screen. This is the localhost part. We are logged in, and this is where I can actually click here, and it will open a file system. So you cannot see the file system part, but I might be, if I refresh this now, if I just do inspection here, you will find out that this input should have my file, but it's hidden, by the way. I hid this one. So what I'm gonna do is just actually maybe to take this off, and as you see, the pre-launch time is there. So that's the name of the file that I actually did right now. Right. It's messed up, I know, messed up kind of design, but for now I don't really care, right? Because I'm sure somewhere I actually used the wrong grid and it messed up the whole thing. Or I made everything a grid. Actually, I made everything a grid. Here you go. Yeah. So this is a grid call. So this needs to be... Oh, wait a second. What is happening here? This was rendered twice, actually, for some reason. Yeah, so this is a grid. That's why it's actually there. Maybe if I just put something there. Yeah, it's a grid. And maybe if I just make this not... like make this call span full, it will just do that. So let me try it. Call span full. Yeah, that should work. And then I will take off. Is this the form? No, this is the label. Oh my gosh. So this one needs to be call span full. Yeah, see now if I take off the call span 2, no, I'm sure that somewhere here I'm putting width of full or something like that, which is not correct in this case. All right, but even like this it's bad because here if I upload something, this is taken half of it. Yeah, bad code, but we will go back to it later. Cool. Any questions? Anybody here asking for anything? Good. All right, so what I'm gonna do right now is just gonna actually update this. This we can discard because I don't really need it. This we can keep. This we can keep. This one we can keep. All right. Add in and upload noise component. Yeah, cool. Upload noise component is there. Now if we think about it, we need to actually check the libs, and not the libs, the helpers, not the helpers, the hooks, not the hooks, the APIs. So here we'll just do noises.ts or noise.ts, noises.ts, whatever. Let me actually check the other one in the schemas. I actually called it to do, and here it's noises. Okay, no problem. So this is gonna be a very straightforward function. We will just get this to do part, and instead of get to do's, we will have something called add to do's, right? And also we will have get noises, by the way. Why this is so an error? Okay, whatever. So to do details here, white noise details, or maybe we can get upload. Okay, we can actually not care too much about this because we created already get noises. We created the schema or information type for that. So here to do details, it would be noises, new noise maybe, because that's what I called it, new noise. And this new noise will use upload use type, so that would be perfect. So token, description, no description. So here we can take everything from the body and interesting. What will be the body here? Oh man, I actually don't know. API, let me check the API part as well for this. So probably this is gonna be noises and slash that, and this one gonna be noises slash add, right? Let me talk like this. All right, so this local storage is just there for us to make sure that the token is there, and we can do this because without the token then you cannot do anything. And to do, let me just go that up, and here what do you need to return? Actually noises, right? Yeah, so stream of noises. Interesting. Actually it will return here. If you go to this definition of to do, it will return whatever actually comes from the backend. So for me now, I can wait for any, and then I will fix it out because I know, yeah, this is to do that comes exactly from the backend. So I need to create something like this actually. Interesting. So now it will be any, yeah, whatever. Now I know that probably will break the application for now, but we will come back later to fix it out. Now I make sure that sees what is in the server. So noises, server noises. Actually I need to check my routes now in the server. So source routes noises. Oh man, why like that? So noise routes, so these are the noises routes. I know that you guys cannot see them, but now you do. Request.file, and that's a sound request. So this is a body of title, file type, and file. Interesting. So this is probably what I need to pass. Now it's being complicated for me. Yeah, this is probably what we need to pass. Yeah. So because this is an extends from the request, so the request dot body dot title. So that's what you need to have here. Yeah, as file name. Yeah, rec.file doesn't even come in a body. Or maybe, yeah, so yeah, I got it. So rec.body will contain only the file type and title of that file, and the file itself with all its descriptions, the metadata of it will come into this file attribute because it uses molter file. Interesting. Are you here, guys? Are you following, or is it a bit complicated? Hey Scene, nice to see you on the chat. This is vibe coding. No, it's not. Is this TypeScript? Yes. What framework is this? This is the Node.js Express Plus. We have also React in the front. Yeah, it's Express. Yeah. Cool. Let me see actually how many followers we have right now, because honestly I know that you guys are following like crazy on TikTok, so I also prepared some videos that I will share with you later on. Oh, we gained 200 followers actually, just via this live stream only. That's cool. Is ProEvil still in the chat, by the way? I need to ask him about something. This ProEvil guy is in Twitch and he's a senior JavaScript developer, knows a lot about files for some reason, and I'll ask him about this. Maybe he has some ideas. Otherwise we might turn into vibe coding for real. What do I think about Nest.js? It's too much for me because it took me a while to actually, I'm not a backend developer by the way, so front end use React. I'm very confident with React code. but the moment I use backend, I used only Express all my life. So yeah, for Nest, for me, I know that it's looking super similar to Spring Boot. That's what I know. I used it to create a service for Kafka, basically a message queue Kafka service with like a to-do list, something like that, where you are actually disconnected for a second and then this message will be stored somewhere until your Kafka instance is coming back up or something like that. I don't remember much. I honestly don't really remember too much, but it's new for me. It's too much. Yeah. Yeah. It's the right way in GS, but in TS, I don't know. What do you mean by that? Do you mean Nest is the right way to write code, or what exactly? Yeah. Yeah, from what I understood, if we are using S3, for example, we don't need to store the file. The file will be always in the backend, but we will be storing the metadata of the file, which means that we are storing the path of the file and the name of the file. But what I see right now is that we have an express multer dot file, right? So honestly, this code here, right? This is all so obscure for me. I need to read it again. Okay, I will leave it there. So for everybody actually to read it while I actually read it myself. Yeah. I'm gonna also look for multer. So, and also we are using dash noise and get noise. Okay, so slash noise for both for post and okay, I will change it later, but for now it's fine. Get noises and add noises, it uses that. Okay, cool. Let me just go to noise.ts here, not noise.ts but noises.ts, and I'll change this to be noise API slash noise, and this one also noise. Yeah. Yeah, so oh wow, okay. I'm reading your comments, by the way. So you recommend to do practice Express.js. I'm front-end developer that want to do practice backend. Yeah, do just Express.js for you. Hey, we see a first-time chatter also there on Twitch. AWASRE. How can I read that? Awasre. That how can you read it? Crazy. But awesome, actually, we have very slow Twitch channel. But I like also that people actually are interested and coming up. We are creating this function for adding noises, adding files, basically. Cat walked on keyboard. Name, yeah. Nice. Yeah, take later Nest.js maybe. For me, I'm just saying what I'm thinking, right? What I think is easier for me, because maybe I'm too slow for you. So maybe you can do better. So you know what? I think I think I did mistake here. So the upload noise schema here is a type information of a white noise file, right? And it should be a file, right? So what if we just what if we just test that out? So if we are getting this component of upload your noise with data dot white noise file, we assume 100% that this data is a file list, right? So if we pass that file list somewhere, which means that this is our new noise. We need then to use it as a file list dot white noise file, so it can be still the upload noises schema type. Okay, you know what, I'll write the function and then worry about anything else. So you know what, I'll just comment that one. I'll just do this one now. So the first thing that I'm gonna do is that I know that new noise is there. I'm just gonna get the file. So it's a new noise, right? Dot, yeah, you see, so white noise file, that's correct. So yeah, so that's a type of file list. So this upload noise schema can be of type file list. It's actually 100% a type of file list because it comes from an input of file. Cool, at least that's good, right? And then if I do here if file, wherever, if there is no file, then fuck it, I'm gonna just throw a big error, and this error is gonna be go to sleep or something like that. No file selected, and I will add dummy. What else? Maybe I take a look at Nest.js, but that's all. Yeah, you can do that. Is Express from scratch compared with Nest.js that has CLI and framework? Actually, Express you can do a server in just few words, like few lines. Let me show you my server very quickly. There you go. This is my server. You see how easy is that? Just a couple of lines, 22 lines exactly, and that's a server for you. Do you think that there is an easier part than that? I think also in Nest.js it could be like that as well, but I don't see that there is a better way to do it. Yeah, I'm streaming on Twitch, by the way, and if you are actually also seeking me on Twitch, you can go to my Linktree files. So on Linktree I have all my list of links. All right, throw an error if there is no file. I don't know why I'm returning something here. Yeah, the fetch over function needs to return something for 10 stack for sure. Then. Oh man, I need to return like why here you don't use next express function to handle error, but which next function? Next function, you mean the middleware function. I really don't need it here because already the fetcher, actually, you know what, the fetcher already has an throw an error. Actually, I don't even need this, but I just put it for security, right? So here we have API nodes, the method is post, the token is there, the body is here, but the body needs to be a type of form data. So what I'm gonna do is just const form data equal, how can I write that? New form data, right? New form data. Does that work, right? Why were you don't use next express function to handle error, but then throw exception? I don't know which example here you can share with me to actually look at it, but if you have an example, please let me know. Yeah. So now I'm not sure if I actually, okay, this, first of all, this is add noise. I don't want to mess it up, and the new noise that comes already has interesting, already has everything in it, right? Let me check. So here in upload file, upload, where is it? Oh my gosh, new noises of this type. So it will come with file type, path, and title, right? I don't really need that form data, unless I do. you know what? This is Python or JS? It is JS. I've started creating an API. Actually, I created the API. It's there. I already showed it. It's in controller noises. So all these are the APIs actually for adding the noises, deleting the noises, getting the noises, and do everything. The funny part is that you need a fetcher also on the front end to actually call these APIs, right? That's it. This is the front end part. And now I'm actually a bit confused because when I created this const form data, I was thinking, hey, what if the form data appends, for example, form data dot append, because I need actually my body to be exactly a form data type here. So form data needs to be passed there. That's what I was thinking. So form data dot append, and then I will append some, for example, the title part, right? And that will be read by the backend basically. And here I can just do file.name. So what I'm doing here is just I'm copying this and I'm going next one, and then I will go now file type, and I'll just do file dot, and I will get it. You see, I will get it automatically like that. But am I correct? Am I not correct? I don't know. This is something that we will see later on, right? I'm working on a white noise project, and it's like a studying project. It's like I can show why all right. So for the people that just joined, this is how it is. So this is Twitch, by the way. Go follow me on Twitch. Go and watch me on Twitch. We have the full screen, as you see. And then this is the application. This is where you can see everything. I just did a push. We have around 100 whatever commits, 180 commits or whatever. And this is my application. So now the noises are here, you see, but yeah, so these are the noises. They are loaded from the front end, basically loaded as static assets. But I don't like this, and I want to load them as buffers from the backend, basically, so I don't have to load those 30 megabytes to listen to them. A lot of ones, actually. Do you like any of them? So good. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think so. And here you have to do a to-do list. So for example, you have to edit to-do, and then you go there, and then you can delete these to-dos. And all of these are actually calling the backend, by the way. Oh, what does white noise mean? Is the same name for Python library. Oh, really? There is a Python library called white noise. White noise is noises that you listen to whenever you want to sleep. That's what I think it is, or whenever you want to focus, kinda. Yeah, you can guys check it out. I'll share with you the GitHub. You can actually take this and put it in your project for studies or whatever, and I will be happy to see you do that. Actually, I don't have any problem. I won't take this project away from you guys. You just know that this project is gonna be built up with you on the front end side and back end side, and we build it with the chat. We are now doing this for 3 hours. Yeah, white noise is server side part is to manage them on production, because now I have a problem that on development they work, but the blobs on prod they don't work properly. So I'm sad about that. Yeah. So what we need to do is just to take everything to the backend and see if we can stream them better, right? Hopefully that explains everything, and hopefully you get it. What is my name on GitHub? I will share the project right now, and you will find my name. My name is Ayman Sakwahi. I'm Arab. I'm from Tunisia, Tunis, and I love to code, even though that I don't understand most of it. Yeah, so my goal for this 2025 is to become just good at JavaScript, right? To create one project after the project after the project after the project. Some guy said, Talat Arabi. Yes, I am Arab actually. I'm Arabi from my blood. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Let's search on Google white noise. Maybe I explained it bad. Oh. Okay. What did you explain bad in here? How you doing? Been a while. Yeah, Sean. Hey, Sean, man. How's it going? Yeah, we progressed a lot, by the way. We progressed so much better now with this project. But We still need to work on it. We are now trying to buffer the white noises from the backend. Oh, some guy from Yemen is here. He said, I will read it in Arabic, and I will try to make a voice with this. He said, حياك أخي أنا عبد الوهاب من اليمن, which means that he's from Yemen, and his name is Abdul Wahab. Abdul Wahab, what does that mean? Like the gifted, something like that. I don't know. Yeah, my Arabic is shallow lately because I use English mostly at work, and I also use French at work. So I am really getting shallowed, but I can read. I read Quran. I also had Ramadan with the Eid last week actually, and we were super happy. I took my son, made some pictures with him, and we saved them like in a small box. And every Eid, basically, it's our fest. It's the Muslim fest. For basically, we have two main fasts every year, and they're both called Eid. One is the big one is the small one. One you take care of your children, and one you just feast on something. Like it integrates food in both ways. But it's really nice. It's really nice. It's really a good thing to do and to have. And yeah. Oh, in 10 years or so, there will be 2 Ramadans in a year. Yeah, that happens every 30 years. So it will become January and December that we will have 2 Ramadans in the same year. It's going to be epic. Because we have a different type of year. Each year, our Arabic year gets 10 days before. So it jumps 10 days. So if Ramadan basically is in 1st of March this year, the next year is going to be 20th of February. Done much with Copilot? Actually, I didn't do any Copilot stuff. I remember there is this guy on Twitch who was yelling at me to read the documentation. So for me, I didn't do much with Copilot. Yeah. Good. All right, now we are actually trying the part where we pass the form data as a body directly. And I think that should be fine. No, it's fine, man. It didn't take me off topic. It's all good. And I actually like to explain sometimes these kind of concepts for my chat. It's kind of, you don't imagine how many Arabs in the chat, like too many, honestly. And sometimes they don't know that I'm Arab too, and they just realize it. Yeah. And it's funny because everybody in the chat was like, really, you didn't sound too, or you didn't tell, or something like that. And it turns out to be very, very nice experience. All right, so in our server response, do we have yeah, we need the correct type actually. Yeah. Yeah, we don't know what is the message response from. Okay, you know what? I actually put the fetcher function. Where is it? Yeah, the message string. Does it return a string here? I don't know, but I need to check it. The add noise here returns yeah, a noise and a message. A noise and a message. A noise, add noise response. Basically, we need to add the noise response here. Yeah. Interesting. Thanks, man. All right. So what do you do? What do you use for form data instead of JSON based blobs performance reasons? Yeah, I use blobs. Yeah. So basically, the white noise is just yeah. Let me just check that. The upload noise schema type here is just of type any, or whatever Zod is, saying any, and then I refined it to be instance of file. So here, if we check also where we use this word, the upload noise type, which is this one, and let me just search it again to show you upload noise type, schema type. Yeah, so here, this is where we get the data, and this data is of type noise file. And if you go to the data again here, it will tell you, hey, maybe this data is having a white noise file in it, but that's basically a type of file list, because what I'm doing is just I'm doing a blob URL here. and then I'm split on the file name and stuff like that, and doing the title icon path or wherever, and the path would be a blob URL. So at some point I could actually change this upload noise schema type to something else, but I kept it. Whatever comes from the front end is gonna stick to that, and on the back end already it knows exactly that it needs this icon, it needs its file, it needs its path, and it will work automatically, from what I suppose it will, but I don't know. Yeah, multi-part form data, that's correct actually. Oh man, you mean, okay. Yeah, you mean, maybe that's also I need to add in the headers, you mean? Correct, actually, that's probably something that I need to do. I'm not sure though. Maybe form data will work normally like that because the bodies will be accepted, but headers though. Headers. Let me see that. Let me read some comments. Yeah, my backend actually expects a multi-part form data request. So in this file part, I need the form data. So all good. Yeah, I use the form data as an object, and it will read it as a form data, meta form data, or whatever it's called, multi-part slash form data. So what I'm gonna do here, I would say I would put a comment, right? And this comment will be just exactly that. So this comment here will be, let me just go to registry to find out if I actually copied something like that. Not really. I will copy it now and paste it here and then do this. All right, so my backend actually expects multi-part form data, and then therefore if I pass the body as a file directly, it will work, right? Cool, nice. Thank you for reminding me that, because I had to check my server just to make sure that that's correct. But yeah, I think that's correct. So if I go like noises dot, yes, so controllers, here you go, and yeah, file name, file path, so all that good. Yeah, nice. So wait, Prisma create, nice. Okay, what a mess. Let's try it, right? But before we try it, we need to actually we need to do the 10 stack part, right? Interesting. Actually, the funny part here that I have a noise getting back to me, right? So all right, so the fetcher function here says that it will return a message only, but for me, I think I'll also return a noise, right? Noise of new noise, right? Man, I have no idea, but I might. Man, upload noise schema type might work, might not. But at least I will put it there so I don't have any big problem with the application, right? Nice. So now we know that the add response here. You know what? I can do something very funny. I can create a small type here, and this type can be like that. Add noise as a response, yeah. And this one will be just instead of all of this. So I'll delete all of this, and let's say add noise response. So this is gonna be just whatever I get from the backend, because I know that the noise will have data, title, file type, and path. Title, file type, and path. That's perfect. I mean, message and file type, whatever. Yeah. Now let's try this out. we need to do this as a 10 stack function. So whatever we did for the todos, for example, let's check to dos, right? You see at this add to dos here, it's a mutation part. So what we're gonna do is just gonna be looking for something like that. So add to do, add to do. Yeah, I'm looking for it. Here you go. This is the one. So here register, we have a mutation part, and man, yeah. So whatever we have, here, oof, man. All right, so we need we need first of all to go to our noises and do the part. All right, not this one. Yeah, we need to I know that, guys, I'm jumping from file to another. You need to actually cope with me, but it makes sense, believe me. Yeah, you can hook into upload events for progress too. What does that mean? Can you explain to me? Can I get your IDE configuration somehow? Yes, you can do it. It's on my .files in GitHub. So I'll share with you my GitHub, by the way. Yeah, that would be nice for sure. Or I'll show you my Linktree setup, and you can find everything on my Linktree. Oh no, actually I did the Linktree, Sean. And that Linktree will contain everything that you know about me. So you can go there and find it out. Cool. I pinned it both on Twitch and also on here. Thanks, Nico. Yeah, 15,000 followers. You see that? We are growing. My goal for this year is 100K, but I know that I'm not gonna do it. Maybe if something blows up, yeah, hopefully. But overall, yeah, 15K is something that I never imagined to happen. Cool. Oh man. Now we need to hop between these two. First of all, the query client needs to be here. Second of all, the handle submit and stuff like that. So basically, what I have here on submit upload, I need to actually have a handle to do handle mutation, something like that. So handle mutation, maybe like that will work. Okay, and this mutation will take that. We'll take also data of the same type. So here return, and this return basically will return the function of the mutation part. So mutation.mutate, and that will be mutation will mutate the data itself, because the data that comes from this. Okay, data which is also of this type, right? I know that this makes no sense, but bear with me, right? So now I need to do const use mutation, or not like that. Const mutation equal use mutation, and now we can start here doing stuff. And for the use mutation, you need a mutation function and onSuccess function. So here we need that, query and validate, query, whatever. So here for the get to dos, we will have something else, but now I will do noises, so it will invalidate whatever now. And instead of add to dos, it will be add noise, add your noise. Is this what I did actually? Add your noise? Huh? Oh no, not this one. No. This is schemas. No, components. Am I doing this on components? No, not really. Man, it's kind of crazy. Where I was doing this part, API, right? /noises/ and add nice. So that would be here. Okay. You know, the part that we did over here below, that all will be actually passed to here, right? I'll do this one, and I will not use this one, and instead of doing add your noise here. Add noise, by the way. Instead of adding noise like that, we will add noise of something, of a new noise, right? Has no properties. What type of noise file? Oh my gosh. Why? Oh, could it be that? Oh, could it be that we don't need what we did here? Oh, okay. Let me check one thing. Could it be that we just don't need this part? Could it be that we just need new noise, right? And also here, and also here. Could it be that we don't need all this? Could it be that we need just this? The new noise. And it says that property of name does not exist on type white noise file. Interesting. Interesting. So let me read the chat. What JavaScript for? Noel is asking good questions. So JavaScript is a language that you use to actually build web applications. And this is for a website. Yeah, it is for a website. Oh yeah, some guy, Africa said that my voice is so relaxing. Yeah, I lost my voice. I was talking for 3 hours straight. 4 hours straight, actually. Oh my gosh. Someday I'll just lose it forever. I know. The moment I reach 100K, I'll be losing it for 100%. All right, guys. By the way, I have Twitch also. Right now, I am on Twitch. So you can go there. You can see also the full screen there, and it will be a better experience. For me here on TikTok, I feel like you don't see the whole screen, and yeah, it is visible, but yeah, you can be able to go there, and I will just pin the comment again. And yeah, I would be happy if you just go there and follow. Right now we are not too much on Twitch. 4 people are watching, or 5 people are watching. That's cool. And we are trying to reach out to 500 followers. I know on TikTok we have around 15,000, which is amazing, but we need more. We need to reach out to more people. And by the way, for everyone who sent me a message, I will go later on and reply. Don't worry about that. I'll reply to all your messages. Is it possible to ask ChatGPT to write the entire code? Yeah, you can, but it's gonna be messy. I know that, yeah, this is called vibe coding, and people are vibing with AI and stuff like that. But you will be vibe debugging as well, and debugging for real, like for hours and hours. So it won't be really, really worth it. Yeah. What is this? Add your plus goal or something like that. Manage your goals, it says. Oh, okay. Twitch, so have some goal stuff. Okay, nice. Cool. Yeah, Twitch is amazing. It's just affiliated me and then started to started to abuse the viewers. Nice. Cool. ChatGPT won't make robust smart code, and sometimes doesn't understand the problem. Correct. I mean, yeah, if you don't input it like good problem descriptions, then it would be really bad code. Yeah, thank you for replying to the chat, by the way. That's amazing. Yep. Cool. How did I learn? Lavinia asked. I learned by doing. So what I'm doing right now is just learning. So I'm writing code that sometimes I don't understand. Right now I have a big problem that I need to fix. And how can I fix this? I just try. Yeah, that's it. So here I came out and that's, well, maybe if I just change this file part, it would be better. And as I see here, there's no error. But then it turned out that what I did over here is wrong because I don't need to actually pass the white noise. I need to pass the file. It says like that. So now new noise is not needed at all. is not actually needed at all, and I can delete it, right? The thing is, the blob URL, let me see what is the path for the blob URL, right? Interesting. So I need to pass the path probably here as a string, but here I don't see it passed out. Okay, then I'll still keep the code here to pass actually the white noise bar, and I would say here, hey, I think that this one is gonna be upload noise type. No. Add noise type response dot and noise, right? Or actually I will omit, I will pick, right? I will pick, so I'll show you something new. I will pick from add noise response. I'll pick the noise. So that will be cannot find type noise. What the hell? Or wait a second. I mean, this needs to be surrounded by that. I think that will work. So now it says, hey, I think you did wrong here because the new noise is just an object. So we don't really need this file. And we can just do new noise here. Cannot find file. You mean file. Okay, so is that what we did here? File. Cannot find name file. Oh, okay, so now we can try no noise, right? Name does not exist in here. Yeah, we can do that. Name string. So does that fix it? No, cannot find. All right, let me actually check the pick part. I think that I'm writing it wrongly. Pick. Yeah, pick works like that. You pick just what you need to do, and it should work. Interesting. So here it says file type, also it doesn't find that. So new noise, I'll just do all of them the same. No matches over call. Okay, so there's a problem that we need to fix out here. Okay. So yeah, we need the file to be the new noise.dat. And probably we don't need all of this. All right, I will just encode that. But the blob URL actually is what I don't like. Okay, so how did I get this blob URL? So man, I would just do it here. Const form data, or I will paste it first and say, hey, form data dot append, and this should be just path, right? Yeah, and it should be a blob URL directly, and I don't care. That should work. Let me see what you are doing actually. What theme? I'm using the Tokyo Night theme, by the way. Nice. Oh, tired of hopping. Oh, okay, so jumping from place to another. I mean, you know what? There's one advice that I can tell you here is just that you can know a bit of everything and still be a good engineer. So don't worry about actually hopping too much, because you probably know how to center a div in HTML and CSS and Tailwind. That's cool, perfect. You know how to write some controllers, some API functions for the front end. That's perfect. You know how to use hooks, for example, for React or wherever. That's perfect. Okay, you have Django now and you're doing Python and backend. You probably need to also know how to do your backend with FastAPI or whatever. Prepare your controllers, prepare your controllers as in functions for like services or whatever, or maybe preparing just a backend that works and it has some API functions or REST API in it. And then you do the CRUD, like the create, read, update, delete, right? So if you know all of that, then all good. I mean, that's fine. And now you just start building stuff and then things will start to go into your head better. So don't get tired. Don't hop too much also. Don't hop into languages, but hop into packages. It's fine. Hop into technologies, but don't hop don't language hop. Don't learn JavaScript and then learn Python and then learn Java, and learn Python only and move on. That's it. Nice. Hopefully that helps. I'm not sure, but overall, that's my only advice for this. And what I'm doing right now, it doesn't seem like really too much for everybody, but it is something that I'm really passionate about and I really like to do. All right, that's it. Cool. Now I have this part not there anymore, and I can delete it here, and I can add the noise of file there. Okay, actually, because I have it here also called file, I'm gonna just call it file here as well. Oh, okay. All right, whatever. Actually, it can be file. Can delete this part, and then this should work. Our component is not assigned but already of blob media source. It should be a blob. By the way, this is not the schema. This is upload noise schema type. Upload. Why it's not working? Upload. You know, when my LSP doesn't work, it means that there is a problem. Right, so use mutation is not there, so I need to update it. Where is use mutation? Okay, nice. Use mutation, const blah blah blah. Promise add noise and defined is not assignable to the mutation, blah blah blah. White noise file. Okay, whatever. Here it might be also undefined, right? For the promise. Or any, whatever. It says that here it can be also undefined. And defined. Oh, okay. Oops. This is why it sometimes happens. It's just click Z and then I'm out. API/noises. So this is what we are writing now. So this is good. What we are having a problem with is this query client, and you need to get it also. Use query client. So that's fine. Set up. That's totally fine for now. We don't need it. And then it says here that the mutation function that we have, which accepts this data, is not working perfectly. So what we're gonna do is just to handle, instead of on submit upload here, we'll do handle mutation, right? And then it will work. So that's fine. Mutation function. How long have you been going for this one? 4 hours now, 3 hours and a half. I'm using Django for my backend, and do you think I should learn again? Yeah, you can just keep learning Django. It's not a bad really framework. It's actually one of the best frameworks. If I actually redo my whole life when it comes to coding, I will just redo the part where I actually learned about JavaScript. Instead, I will go Python and learn maybe data science and become really good at it, and became a data manager or something like that, and use data structure stuff and like what is it called, like Databricks and stuff, and Tableau, and just be at Google or something as a data analyst, and my life will be easier because I will just look at what other people did and say if it's good or bad, right? Yeah, but I don't think that hopping into JavaScript to learn like front end is bad. But yeah, learn exactly what you are learning right now when it comes to Django coding, all of that, that's perfect. And then maybe move forward in the later on in your life about learning something else, right? Cool. I have a lot of flares and stuff that I just took up. So there is this tokenized stuff that you can claim. Oh my gosh, I have to claim a lot of stuff. Check it out. Claim again, claim again. So there is something called flares. I don't know if you guys know it. Flares are basically stuff that you can have claiming when you reach certain milestones in TikTok. Now I have 5 flares and these flares are tier 1 flares. They're not big, they're not that big, but there is the tier 2 that are really amazing. But yeah, I need to do a lot of stuff. I need to keep doing this every day. Nice. What is Neovid or Neovid? I am doing Neovim, by the way. Lana said, I'm scared. What are you scared of? Maybe you can explain here. What is this app about? It's about having white noises and doing it. Yeah, Googly here said he switched from TikTok to Twitch. That's better because you will see the whole screen. So for everybody who wants to see the whole screen and actually be able to see everything in 4K, here you go. There's the link. Yeah, and I'm trying actually to have you all on TikTok to Twitch. So basically, you move to Twitch will be better. Oh, Lana is learning Django, but she doesn't know what to learn next. Master Django until you learn something new. So this is for me also like that. Like whenever I master something, so for example, I mastered, let's say, learning about the microstack of JavaScript. I learn micro until I know that there is macro and I pass. That's it. So keep learning and keep doing it. I mean, there's no other way to learn coding, honestly. That's it. That's all. That's all you need to do. There is no other way. I can write in Java, but I forgot all my code skills actually there. I wish if I actually can write again code in Java, but Spring Boot, I hate it. Yeah. Oh, Neovide, it runs better with animations and stuff. Okay, I'll check it. I mean, that seems like a good thing. All right, let me fix this one and then we'll pass. So you know what we have in here as a problem is that if we pass the file here as a return, actually, you know what? This reset upload is probably something that we don't need for now, right? So if there is no file return, if everything is good, then you add the noise of file, right? But the type of this mutation, it says that the data of upload scheme theme type and return a promise that returns an add noise response or end-define is not assignable to type mutation function add noise. White noise any. So maybe if I just return this to, okay, let me just return this to message string like that, maybe. Does that solve anything here? And by the way, this one noise, it's not used anywhere, so it's not needed. So how can we fix this actually? This one is type upload noise type, which is white noise any, imports blah blah blah. A message string undefined is not assignable to. It's never undefined. That's the problem here. Where do you see that it can be undefined? I don't get it. Interesting, actually. Very interesting. So basically it doesn't like what we put here, basically. Yeah, that's all. It doesn't like that. It says, hey, I don't like it. Title, name, do we have a name here? Okay, we don't need that probably. Let me see if that will create an error in our back or in our front end. Basically, now that we have this, probably it won't. Now I don't see any errors. I'll refresh the page and I will share with you what I'm seeing, because now we connected the dots so we can see something running. This is the application, by the way. This is the to-do part, and here you go, blah blah blah, delete this. So now what I'm gonna do is just I'm gonna inspect this and then open this console, and then I will go network. I'll do fetch XHR only, and I'll show you that I can add to-do. So this is the to-dos added. I can delete to-dos. This is to-dos deleted. Now I will click this and I will try to add a noise, and then I will submit, and nothing happened. Submit it. Maybe there's something in the console. Oh, okay, so that's not important. The submit function is not working at all, so I need to figure out why. Maybe all. Oh wow, okay, there's a problem. There's a big problem. I think there's some connection problem here. Am I actually doing this correct? So handle upload submit, handle upload submit, and then handle mutation, right? And the handle mutation will take, oops, 1 second. We'll take that type. Oh, I think there is a problem here. There's a big problem actually. All right, let me know what. Let me just do that and mutation dot mutate. Actually, this can be just all right. You know what? Leave it as that. I just want to check like something else. Maybe the login form. Okay, I'll check the login form. How is this done? So this is the register part. Blah 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 blah. So this is the mutation part. So data, login schema type. You get email password. You send the email password there, and on success you do something, and the mutation will pass inside the handler form as on submit, right? So that's all good. All good, yeah. So we need to keep this on submit function, and we need to use it on submit here. So what I'm actually showing is just this submit on submit function is needed, so the mutation can be kept. So mutation.mutate, right? Return. Oh, it's not a return here for some reason. Okay. It's not a so yeah, I would just do on submit, right? On upload submit. Just to make it obvious, right? All right, so now we have just one problem. I do have Discord, by the way. Yeah. I do have Discord, and I have it for long. Just one thing, I'll just share with you the Linktree part, and then you can go there and join Discord. Hopefully the link works, because sometimes it just disappears. Honestly, it's just messy, right? Oh, are you using 10-stack query? Yes, I think to have to resolve the issue, you have to return promise.reject instead throw error. Oh, you got error because mutation must return promise with return in. If on error you are return undefined. Oh, okay. 1 second then. All right, you're right. I think so. What I'm gonna do then, I'm gonna just go to that API function and return that part, right? Just forget about that part here, about this error. All right, and see. No, it didn't. Okay, at least. Oh no. Okay, let me run my LSPs again. Restart LSP. And use state is not used, it says it used. So it's talking only about this fetcher function, by the way. Yeah, it might be that this is not a really good thing to do. Yeah, so I don't care there. Yeah, that's not good. So here we have files and we have this return, right? Oh, nice. So that's the problem. All right, cool. Good catch, by the way. Yeah, Googly Elmo. Thanks, man. Good catch. Cool, thanks for that. I mean, now we can just try again, but I think that we still have the same problem happening, which is that it's not calling at all that function for some reason. I'm gonna upload now a file, and I see nothing actually. Maybe I do all upload, and I upload that, submit. Interesting. Oh, let me check. The submit is of a type submit, which is correct. You know what? I'm just gonna console log submitted, because honestly this is weird, right? Okay, let me just elements console log. I'll show you the front end 1 second. I just need to try this again. Yeah, submitted is there, but the backend is not moving. The backend is not backing. Is not backing in. Maybe create this one. Oh, wait, no. Interesting. So now I'll refresh this. Fetch xchar, profile status, whatever, ID, get, whatever. Huh, interesting. Maybe what we calling is wrong. Interesting. The submitted is written a million times, but nothing. So server, source, controllers, noises. So I'm actually using this add noise part, and by the way, as this add noise, I use it in my route. It says /noise, so API /noise basically. Yeah, /noise, and it uploads a single audio. Oh man, let me just go here again. So add noise file, record file. Interesting. I will also I'll also try to console log rec just for the sake of it. So npm run dev again. That's where we're gonna check everything. And yeah, we have the APIs running, so all good. And what I'm gonna do now is just see if that works. And by the way, it doesn't do anything. Yeah, cool. So I will do npm run dev again to see how actually the backend is working. Hello there. And what I'm gonna do right now is new error, something went wrong at line 21 front end. Ah, yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, that's what we were talking about later on. Not now actually, but yeah, let me show you how if I just query the front end, it will log some stuff. So there I have, yeah, maybe also I need to find another OGG file, mp3 and OGG, right? Yeah, so let me just go and query another file. So I have, okay, first of all, I need to check one thing, which is like, for example, there I added a to-do, you see? So API to-do is working. Now I needed to upload a noise, and I uploaded an mp3 file, and whenever I submit, nothing happened. Yeah, so that's just to do's there. I will just delete one, it will show. Okay, delete to do's as you see, and delete to do's again, so that's good. But for when I do submission of yeah, it doesn't work. All right, let me just do a sneak peek on some other stuff. So for example, to do's here, I'm doing this fetcher, same thing, same total thing. And what I feel like is that I'm not calling the backend at all. So the backend is actually not getting called out for some reason. Man, why? This is the routes, and the routes are clean. So slash noise, right? And if you want to get, you just do slash noises, slash noise of get. All right, interesting. What a mess, what a mess. So this is my front end now. Maybe I just console log this. Oh, by the way, this is async. Should it be? Where is my await part? Interesting. It is not async. Maybe because the fetcher is awaiting for some reason. Then it will accept async. Okay, I will console log the new noise just for the sake of it. Then I'll look at what you guys are saying. Nothing. Alright. I'll just do one thing now, refresh this and try again. So try with an mp3 file. Opa. Okay, so submitted is there, but for some reason it's not getting the function to call at all. Alright, interesting. So it's saying submitted here. It's saying that it's actually passing the mutation part, and it's saying that the data is passing and register part is correct. HTML4, white noise. Let me just do one thing then. Interesting. Go and check what I'm doing, if it's correct or not, because honestly now I am lost. Interesting. Yeah, the white noise should be fine as a register upload is called, right? Yeah, cool. Okay, let me actually do this. Oh, what? Now I see something. What? Network is doing nothing. So here it says, hey, I have the name, the size, the type, audio MPEG. Interesting. Interesting. So everything needs to be coming from the name, right? Oh man. So the console log here is going great. So file.name, file.type, but file.type is not there actually. So what we need to do kinda is actually do what we did here. So what was here is exactly what we need to do. So we were having, oh man, okay, we were having some computations, like to get split the file.name dot something, right? So here split with a dot and this dot of 0 basically, right? That's the file name, which is correct, and then I can just copy this and that path, it should be fine. The file type though should be that, and then it will just go boom, and then this is 1. Should be fine like that, but I'm not sure now. Maybe the backend is actually rejecting this. It's totally rejecting it. Interesting. Yeah, so now At least I see the console log directly, but I don't see it on the network tab. What language? I'm using TypeScript and React. Is TypeScript a must in modern web dev? Yes, it is. It is 100%. All right. So now I'm trying to push over that, but it's not working. So now I have a problem with my backend for some reason. This return function is not even passing here. Or the form data is not passing along. Ah, man. API/noise. That's correct. It's post. Maybe I'm actually doing something wrong here. The add noise is coming from API noises. That's correct. And I can actually go this one and check it, which is that one. Or maybe here I'll just console log the form data and console log the form data, and I will just see better results basically, and then I'll delete this part on top and see what will happen. Okay, refresh. That's good. Then MP3 part, yeah, and then submit part, and then console log form data. Form data, where is it? It's not here. Honestly, this is weird. It's not actually responding at all. I'm using SQLite for database, by the way. What is the application you're using to use your code to screen here? It's OBS. I'm using OBS. Alright, so now I will try to do one more thing. Okay, you know what? I will actually show you the input. I will just show, because I have here a class of hidden. I'm gonna do that. And now I'm gonna share my screen. So basically you will see my screen now. And also you will see that I'm checking on Twitch comments. So I'm seeing if there's any new comments. Not really. So this is the application. Now I'm actually refreshing. So that's a logout button on top. There is no chosen file. The moment that I actually choose a file, so this is MP3 file. The moment I'll choose another file, and then the moment I submit, there is nothing, as if it's not calling the backend at all. Interesting. So now I need to find out why. Maybe here you will probably think, hey, maybe there is like some backend API calls, but it doesn't call anything from the backend, which is very strange. All right, you know what? I will actually go to my backend then and change the route to be post noises.add, right? That way it's better. and I will do noises/add, right? And then actually I will go here to add noise, and then it will be API noises/add, and then maybe that creates some problem itself, and then I will retry, because honestly I don't understand what is happening. Seems like very odd. Yeah, it's as if it's not calling the backend at all, which is really strange. Yeah. Are you making a 5M server? No, not really. What kind of database? I just said that. First watch and follow, but don't drink, please be attention. What do you mean by that? JavaScript on Python? Yeah, I did Python here for a bit, but not really much. Yeah, cool. All right, then there is a lot of mistakes that I did here and I need to fix, and I don't know what it is and what it is even. I will run the server again. If I didn't find out how and what is the problem, then I will stop, because then something is not really here, and we can continue tomorrow for this. Yeah, maybe the type of the file is not actually supported. That can be actually also the problem. All right, so when I console log now this, okay, so it's not doing anything. when I try to get this form data, it shows nothing. All right. Okay, so I'm just gonna console log form data without its data. Interesting. So now I don't see that console log at all. So so the file is data.whitenoise there. Oh, okay. Okay, might be that will be better. Okay, now it's better. At least now I'm trying to find out. Okay, now it's better. It's just saying a bad request for some reason. And the data is empty. So whatever I deleted from here is not working. So what I'm gonna do is refresh this. Yeah, so it was because I actually uploaded the wrong part of my data. So console. Okay. I'm using TypeScript and React. So you see this part here where I'm actually adding data. I can pass data directly like that, and I can say here, hey, new noise is actually the file type, right? And I can say noise here, and I can go here and change it to noise as well. Now the thing that I'm expecting is I'm expecting actually to have the form data to be full, but it's not full at all, as if it is empty. So I need to finish that out. I need to find a way why it's empty, and this is really making me curious. Preview missing file, audio file at all. Actually the audio file, the correct one, is missing. So let me check that on the backend. So in the backend we say controller slash controllers slash noises. Here is missing audio file. So the audio file is missing rec.file. Interesting. So it says, hey, I don't have the file at all. Yeah, it makes sense, because here I would actually pass the data, but I don't find it. Oh man. Alright, so file white noise file. Okay, and then I will not do that. Maybe this could be really messy, but I'm gonna try it. Alright, I will submit again. Form data still empty. Yeah, you know what? Then I will have another option here to just console log the file, and that's it. And I will say, yeah, that will be it. Yeah. So file is a file list of white noise file. Oh, it makes sense now. White noise file of 0, white noise file. So that's the name. White noise file is a file list, and of 0 is correct actually. So I'm gonna do this just to make sure that it's there. Now I'm really confused. I'll just do noise, because now really it's kind of crazy. Like the thing is that I don't see is why the file shouldn't be there then. Alright, let's try. Open and then submit. File is there, but when I start doing the form data, so with noise, it doesn't do this part. So the console log of form data is empty because this appending is wrong. Can I do this? That might work, right? It says, hey, path is not there, is missing the following properties, HTML4 element. Interesting. Does that work? No. Argument of type path string is not assignable to parameter of HTML form element. Oh, wow. Autocomplete or whatever, so this is wrong. So append seems to be cool. Let me just get this not there and try again. Form data still empty. Jürgen Kistermeier said, no. What is no? Should we ask ChatGPT? Yeah, we probably should. So oh, we should probably find a solution for this, but it doesn't seem to be a common problem. Oh, you should not send the blob URL creating your object to the backend. That's only from user to private playback. Your backend is expecting a binary file which shows already append here. Oh, okay. Correct version should be if there is no noise, whatever. Okay, so constant data. Alright, I will try whatever they give me here. So this is what I have now. So it seems like for key value, whatever. Const, this should be better. I'll console log the key and value, and the blob part is not necessarily done. Is not necessarily needed. Right, and interesting. But I don't even know why. And now what I'm gonna do is just gonna try it out and see if it works. Otherwise, okay. File. Okay, so the title and file type on file are there, which means that it is passing. And the add part here, it's saying missing audio file itself. The audio file itself is missing, and the payload is not there. So the payload is form data. And it should be actually. Should be fine. So the post here is not working as the form data is not passing, even though that the key and objects of that are logging in. So console log of key object of key value. Yeah, I think the fetcher part also is not taken care of that. Oh, maybe we need to actually change the header part, the header type, let's say, to something else. Yeah. Okay, I got it. I think it's not actually a problem. The content type. Yeah. We are using Multer, so that's fine. Okay, I just need to actually look into this today and actually maybe share with you later on. All right, thanks guys for watching. Thanks for being here. We did already 4 hours. I'm really exhausted, and we will continue on this. We will do more. If you have any questions, please let me out. I'm really happy with the 15K that we have right now, and I will keep doing this. So if you are still in the chat, please say something, just good night maybe, and we will continue tomorrow. So I'm waiting for all your good nights. Nice. All right, cool. Thanks, Mule. Thanks, everybody. Have a good night, Rivals. I think I will look into this from data part and fix it. I think I have something with my backend running. Maybe the headers needs to be checked. I will really have a way to fix it, but I'm really happy with where I am right now. At least we are in this situation where we did a lot, and we have an upload function or an upload component for a file, and it seems to be working fine. It's just that it doesn't get the payload correct. So yeah, fix now. Noise is post rec. All right, so tomorrow I will look into this more details and I will let you know, guys. Good night, everyone. Ciao, ciao.